Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Global Public HR Conference. My name is Jian Kim, and I'm very honored to be the MC for this very special gathering today. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the distinguished guests and participants joining us on and offline from home and abroad for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here today together with us. To prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus, this conference is being held in a hybrid manner where we have minimized the on-site participation with live streaming online on ENG TV, the official YouTube channel of National HRD Institute. As we all know, a heartbreaking tragedy occurred last Saturday here in Korea, and we are observing a national mourning period at this moment. We'd like to take this opportunity to offer our deep condolences and solace to the victims and their bereaved families of the Itaewon accident. We kindly ask for your understanding that this conference will be held in a somewhat calmer atmosphere than previous years. Today's conference will begin with an opening ceremony followed by a keynote session, and the first session out of 3 individual sessions will take place in the morning. And then we will break for lunch, and afterwards we will reconvene for another 2 sessions here at this auditorium. Now, without further ado, let us now begin the opening ceremony of the 2022 Global Public HR Conference, which is jointly hosted by the National HRD Institute, the Korean Society for Public Personnel Administration, and the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. Now, it is my honor to invite President Shin Young-suk of the National Human Resources Development Institute for her opening remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
존경하는
Distinguished guests, good morning, afternoon, and evening. I am Shin Young-suk, President of NHI. It is my utmost honor to host Global HR Conference 2022, joined by all the international prominent human resources experts. First of all, please allow me to thank President Jo Tae-jun of the Korean Society for Public Personnel Administration and Dean Yoo Jong-il of KDI School for their great interest and support. My thanks also go to Minister Kim Seung-ho of Personnel Management. We are honored to have Professor Donald Bellamy of SUNY Korea as a keynote speaker, as well as Chief Executive Director Shin Bo-gyun of KESG Assessment Center and Professor Kim Tae-jong of KDI School as session chair. I deeply appreciate it. Also, please allow me to thank all the presenters and panel discussants, including Ambassador Yoo Yeon-chul, Executive Director of UN Global Compact Network Korea. I welcome all of you. Esteemed colleagues, at the moment, we are almost nearing the end of the overcoming the unprecedented crisis called COVID-19 while resuming exchanges and cooperation. However, we still live with the virus that make us more cautious about our daily lives. In the meantime, every corner of the globe is experiencing drought, flood, and other climate crises, as well as geopolitical tension due to the Russian-Ukraine war. As we are living with a crisis, as it is a part of our daily lives in this uncertain era, the public HR area is also going through drastic environmental changes. Therefore, this year's theme called Building Forward Better, Public HR in Era of Turbulence is furthermore timely and meaningful as we need to embrace the global environment and changes of our time. In particular, the keynote speech will touch upon historical lessons in the post-COVID era. This will give us great lessons learned. Also, in each session, there will be best practices introduced where the public HR experts and working level personnel will give us new ideas. Honorable colleagues and distinguished guests, in the era of post-COVID and the digital era, we need to accelerate innovation in administration. We need to nurture public servants' capabilities so that we can lead the changes. I guarantee you that you will share your experience and knowledge today to create a happier and better future. Hopefully, you will be able to learn about the role of HR while having such a meaningful time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Shin, for highlighting the importance of our gathering today. Next, we have Mr. Yoo Jong-il, President of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, who will deliver his welcoming remarks. Please join me in giving him a big hand.
Minister Kim Seung-ho of the Ministry of Personnel Management, President Shin Young-suk of the National HRD Institute, President Jo Tae-jun of Korea Society for Public Personnel Management Administration, Professor Donald Bellamy from SUNY Korea. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to 2022 NHI Global Public HR Government and the public sector became apparent. A crucial element of building forward better is therefore strengthening the capability of the public sector, I believe. Herein lies the significance of public HR that we discussed today. As far as HR is concerned, I'm only a layperson, don't have much to say about it. But as an economist, again, I can say that human resources are the core of the capability of any organization, and in a deep sense, it's the ultimate driver of economic development. I recall the company's slogan over my head when I first visited POSCO and was entering its gate. It was in late 1980s. The slogan was like this: natural resources are limited, but human creativity is unlimited. I realized then that it was this spirit that POSCO, having been established only 20 years earlier, over the objections of the US government and the World Bank that argued that Korea should follow its comparative advantage and stick to labor-intensive industries, became the most efficient integrated steel mill by then, I mean late 1980s, and as such became a symbol of the Korean economic success and its manufacturing prowess. I think this should also be the spirit with which we address public HR in an era of turbulence, as we do today. I very much look forward to the presentations and discussions, and once again, thank everyone involved in this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Yu, for this very insightful words of welcome. Thank you very much. Next, it is my honor to invite Minister of Personnel Management, Mr. Kim Seung-ho, who will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. My name is Kim Seung-ho, Minister of Personnel Management. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Global HR Conference this year. For the last 10 years, we have experienced a lot of changes, and this is a great opportunity to share our issues and find some countermeasures. Recently, we're entering an era of turbulence where there are changes in the unprecedented pace, and those changes are getting more and more uncertain. There's a saying goes, you will never encounter the same wave. This is one of the favorite quotes by suffers. Therefore, suffers do not complain about unexpected changes in nature. Rather, they embrace nature while selecting the right wave for the surfing. It requires sharp mind and agility. I don't think our situation in general is that different from what suffers face. While overcoming the COVID-19, nobody knows what will come next. In particular, we go through digital transformation and AI, science and technology development, which brings about enormous changes in the overall society. Complexity and uncertainty in our policies will further elevate. That is why we need to make decision making in policy based on data. And cooperation and communications are important to establish governance. And that is why we need to equip our talents with responding abilities. My Ministry of Personnel Management strives active movement for changes and talent nurturing to lead such changes. In order to do so, we will continue innovating the organizational culture. Today, we're gathered by international professors and professionals to discuss the topic, Building Further Better. And I guarantee you, you can collect wisdom that will help us move over the coming waves and move forward. As you attend a conference securing your time, I wish you have a wonderful time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Now, with this, we will close the opening ceremony and move on to our keynote session. We will be taking your questions and comments during the sessions real time on our online webpage. So to post your questions or comments, you can either scan the QR code shown on the screen here, or by clicking on the link that we sent out by text or email to you, and you can enter your email address or mobile phone number to get an access. Please leave your questions by clicking the Q&A button for the sessions you are attending. We're also receiving questions posted on the YouTube comment box as well. We ask for your active participation. Now, let us begin the keynote session. For today's keynote, we are honored to be joined by Dr. Donald C. Bellamy, Professor of Sciences and Humanities at the State University of New York, Korea. The theme of his keynote is the looming post-COVID confrontation with history, from frying pan to fire. Dr. Bellamy, please proceed to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be talking with you this morning, even though I would be the first to admit that I can't claim specific expertise in public human relations management. But if the organizers of the conference were willing to overlook that little flaw in my resume, and who could be better at finding flaws in resumes than our hosts today, the National Human Resources Development Institute, the Korea Society for Public Personnel Administration, and the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, I decided I should have the grace to accept the offer with humility, but also with gratitude for the opportunity. Just a quick question about the slides. Do I control the slides, or what do we do? Okay. Okay. Top. Okay. The whole setup here also has been changed by the fact that there was supposed to be 2 keynote addresses this morning. And I was going to be taking the broad view, and Dr. Rosenbaum was going to be taking the more focused public human relations approach. So you wind up only with the broad view today. But that's also an opportunity. I found that my background as an historian might offer an outsider perspective on some of the key issues that might be involved here. And at the very least, it prepares me to make a prediction that even maybe a casual glimpse at newspaper headlines these days might corroborate. Simply surviving a once-in-a-lifetime challenge like the COVID pandemic is not a get-out-of-jail-free card like we used to have when playing the Monopoly board game, which I see is still also available here in Korea. If history tells us anything, it's that broader historical issues that may have receded for a while into the background during the immediacy of the public health crisis will in all likelihood reemerge, if anything, as a greater threat than ever. These challenges aren't new, but often link back to the very origins of public administration in Asia, in Europe, in North America, and elsewhere. I'm sure that my colleagues who will be speaking with you today, those of you in the flesh and blood and the virtual audiences, can think of others, and I'd be very interested in your thoughts, your reactions afterwards. In the interest of relative brevity, though, today I'd like to discuss just 5 issues that demarcate, that sustain, and that somewhat constrain public administration in roughly historical order here. The association of civil service with the needs of central government power, the relation of public administration to democratization, the professionalization of the civil service in terms of meritocracy, the built-in tension between the public and individualism, and the growing impact of identity politics since the 1960s. Hello? Okay. From the earliest days of governments to the present, public administration was conceived as an instrument of government power. At times, that power directly served the public good as well, as in ancient Egypt, where the government had to oversee the resurveying of property lines after the annual floods of the Nile and undertook to store grain for future times of famine. But even in these cases, the goal was always to underscore the divine beneficence of the pharaoh for his subjects. The most common goal of public administration, though, was in collecting the taxes to honor the ruler with displays of wealth, and more importantly, to pay for the armies, to defend the nation or extend the state's boundaries to the presumed benefit of all existing members of a growing empire. Over time, it became important that the tax collectors be seen as reasonably fair, especially in a far-flung empire like ancient Rome, which briefly farmed out tax collection in the provinces to entrepreneurs in Rome called publicani. However, their greed and their graft led to a professionalization under local publicani who were indigenous to the provinces. Their ubiquity in daily life can be inferred from the number of references to them in the New Testament, for those of you who might be Christian. You may recall Jesus' parable of the Pharisee and the publican, or his selection of the publican Matthew as one of the 12 disciples, apparently much to the consternation of the other 11. While publicans had the authority of the Roman Empire behind them, they received no training. They bore no specific status for their service to the state. Far different would be the case of the Chinese Empire, which began at roughly the same time as the Roman Empire. The role of a trained civil service selected on the basis of competitive examinations would, of course, become China's legacy to global public administration. But the system only really gelled during the Song dynasty, contemporaneous with the high Middle Ages of the West, let's say from the mid-900s to, until the Mongol invasion. It became important above all as a counterweight to the decentralizing, centrifugal force of local aristocrats and potentates. The civil service gained in authority and prestige because it was the instrument of the emperor's power and nobody else's. The kingdoms of Western Europe that succeeded the Roman Empire, especially the new states emerging in what had been at most provinces of the Roman Empire, or even beyond its frontiers, France, England, the Holy Roman Empire in what is now Germany, lacked the infrastructure to administer taxes to maintain their power. Instead, they created what's known as feudalism, an exchange of land for soldiers with the equivalence of the local powers that the Song dynasty was marginalizing with its civil service. Only in the 15th and 16th centuries did European governments again begin to rely on taxes. With that switch, they renewed the tradition of public administration, and with it ended feudalism and what Westerners call the Middle Ages. In early modern Europe, the centralizing states integrated the emerging civil service into the central power structure. In countries like England, where a parliament increasingly shared power, the monarch's chief ministers used the civil service as a direct political tool, rewarding supporters with political positions in parliament and simultaneously well-paying positions in the civil service. These government supporters in the civil service were called placemen. Opposition to placemen would feed the opposition ideology that would inform the American Revolution and make the rebellious colonists suspicious of public administration controlled by the central government. This was an important factor in the opposition of Thomas Jefferson's Democratic Republican Party to the policies of George Washington's Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, who oversaw the largest number of government employees in the infant United States and tended to use them as a British Prime Minister at the time would have, as basically placemen. Tellingly, the one occasion when the Washington administration was forced to put down civil disturbances was a tax revolt in Pennsylvania against the national tax on whiskey. The initial violence was directed against the local public administrators of the tax system. Needless to say, the suspicion of taxmen has continued. Let me tell you how it will be, George Harrison of the Beatles famously warned. There's one for you, 19 for me, because I'm the tax man. But as the authority and power of the government spread with the welfare state, so did suspicions of other government employees. In the United States, the old resentment of placemen has evolved into conspiracy theorists about faceless bureaucrats in the deep state who could make their secret power visible in events like the court-sanctioned search of former President Donald Trump's residence in Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach, Florida, for classified and other government documents. You may recognize that photograph from. Few other nations around the globe, I think, have as deep a suspicion of central government bureaucracies and their public employees as in the United States. But as most countries now share the Republican and Democratic political values that it helped to inaugurate, the association of civil service with government power remains a possible threat to public administration in all democratic societies. Calling them democratic, of course, can be misleading if one means by democracy the ancient Greek model of direct rule by the people, with no role for permanent public administrators in the origins of democracy. Even in the United States, the first generation of leaders like Thomas Jefferson and John Adams assumed that voters would not raise to power average citizens like themselves, but would instead elect an aristocracy of talent, who would in turn appoint similarly well-educated, public-minded civil servants to run the apparatus of government. However, the democratic revolution that was unleashed by the revolution quickly flooded over the levees erected by the founding fathers, and by the 1820s had reshaped the nation so fundamentally that the young Frenchman Alexis de Tocqueville felt compelled to journey to America in order to understand modern democracy in action, because he was convinced that Europe, at least, would soon be following in its wake. Tocqueville was the son of a public administrator in France. So he mused in his book, Democracy in America, in 1835, that nothing is more striking to a European traveler in the United States than the absence of what we term the government or the administration. Written laws exist in America, and one sees that they are daily executed. Although everything is in motion, the hand which gives the impulse to the social machine can nowhere be discerned. Tocqueville would have been aware of one of the reasons for the invisible hand of administrators, the practice of rapid rotation of public office. The democratic implications of this were announced by no less a figure than President Andrew Jackson, who argued that the duties of public office are so plain and simple that men of intelligence may readily qualify themselves for their performance, and I cannot but believe that more is lost by the long continuance of men in office than is generally to be gained by their experience. As Tocqueville summarized the effects of this democratic rotation in office, in the United States, the democracy perpetually raises fresh individuals for the conduct of public affairs, and the measures of the administration are consequently seldom regulated by the strict rules of consistency or of order. The democratic theory of rotation in office could also do double duty as a populist justification for the camouflage return of placemen to public administration. Because coinciding with the democratic revolution in America was the rise of party politics to arouse and channel popular sentiment. Public offices, post office personnel and court officials and customs officers and ministers to foreign governments could now be used as rewards for service to the party. A New York senator did not get the message to use the democratic justification for rotation in office announced by Jackson, instead shrugged off the exchange of administrators after Jackson's election in 1828 as simply a fact of life. He said, to the victor belong the spoils. And so ever since, this has been known in American politics as the spoils system. Many college-educated reformers in the West, especially Americans of English stock, who despised the Irish immigrants, who often benefited from the spoils system at the city and state levels, were intent on substituting, in the name of efficiency, a permanent professional civil service selected on the basis of civil service exams. The specific target of their criticisms was the spoils system, but many were upfront in a broader hope that professionalization would displace democracy in government. This civil service reform, therefore, bore only a surface resemblance to the Song Dynasty examination system. In China, the goal had been to centralize power and authority by democratizing access to office on the basis of knowledge. In the United States, it was to take power away from the country's democratic new rulers. Of course, over time, the Chinese bureaucracy would become a self-perpetuating elite, chosen not on the basis of relevant knowledge, but simply on their skill in memorizing Confucian texts. The civil service reformers achieved at least partial success in Europe and the United States, but at the cost, I think, of an enduring, if usually subterranean, tension between democracy and professionalized meritocracy. In the current political turbulence in the West, I think it should be an object of concern that the tension may not remain below the surface for long. One sign of its possible reemergence in political discourse is the critique of meritocracy in Michael J. Sandel's recent The Tyranny of Merit, What's Become of the Common Good? Original hardback in 2020, the widely available paperback came out last year. The Harvard philosopher, who is maybe even more revered in Korea than in his native country, the biographical blurb in The Tyranny of Merit marvels at the fact that 14,000 people came to hear Sandel speak in an outdoor stadium in Seoul. Sandel does not engage directly with the merit system underlying the US civil service, but it would certainly meet the criteria, underscoring Sandel's argument that allocating jobs and opportunities according to merit does not reduce inequality. It reconfigures inequality to align with ability, but that would still have equally undesirable results. At the very least, I suspect that it could well turn out that selection procedures for professional public administrators will come under increasing examination in the years to come. Discussions of public administration often take as one of their starting points the work of the early 20th century German sociologist Max Weber, who characterized bureaucracy as the epitome of modern rational legal authority, as opposed to its earlier traditional or charismatic embodiments. In part, Weber was continuing a dialogue initiated in the debates about the role of the civil service in Germany, as well, of course, as in the United States. But it's important also to take note of its place in the development of sociology, one of the new social sciences that gradually emerged over the half century between 1870 and Weber's premature death in 1920. I will simply add here that he died from the results, after effects of the influenza epidemic, kind of linking past and present here. The importance of sociology for Weber and his contemporaries in Germany, some names you may recognize: Ferdinand Tönnies, Georg Simmel, In France, Emile Durkheim. In Britain, L.T. Hobhouse. In the United States, Edward A. Ross, and in his own way, John Dewey, lay in its study of the modern forms of coherent and cohesive social and public life. Often, society and the public were contrasted with individuals, or individuals were viewed by the new social psychologists as themselves inseparable from the societies of which they were part. The old individualism was obsolete, Edward A. Ross explained, because under our present manner of living, how many of my vital interests I must entrust to others. Nowadays, the water main is my well. That is coming from in the public pipes, not the well in your backyard. The trolley car, my carriage. The banker's safe, my old stocking. Supposedly people used to keep their money in a stocking on their bed. The policeman's billy club, my fist. My own eyes and nose and judgment defer to the inspector of food or drugs or gas or factories or tenements or insurance companies. I rely upon others to look after my drains, invest my savings, nurse my sick, and teach my children. And I suspect you may have already noticed here that all of these individuals were public officials of the government, which was greatly expanding its social role in these decades. The golden age of public administration, therefore, became the 2 decades between 1900 and 1920, as the scope of activity of civil servants broadened in the context of a fully supportive intellectual infrastructure built around government as the representative and embodiment of society. One symbol of this was the emergence of public health as a unique branch of medicine embedded within the civil service, out of the recognition that modern urban conditions in particular created a form of mutualism that threatened people's lives. For example, physicians now recognize that typhoid fever was spread by individuals carrying the typhoid bacillus, sometimes people who were not visibly ill, on whom others might be depending in modern mutual relations. Mary Mallon, an Irish immigrant working as a cook in wealthy Long Island communities, spread typhoid to at least 47 people, of whom 3 died in at least 5 households. After Josephine Baker, a physician working as a public health inspector, tracked her down twice, Mallon became known as Typhoid Mary. If you look at the eggs that she's cracking into the frying pan, they're actually skulls. Yet the elevation of the public in the early 20th century could depress the status of the individual, precisely because they inhered to individuals, rights played only a minor role in political discourse a century ago. One effect was that the emerging U.S. civil rights movement, despite the founding of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in 1909, made little headway at the time. Another was that even the greatest achievements of public administration at the time would later be criticized for ignoring individuals. Several historians would portray Mary Mallon, Typhoid Mary, as a victim whose rights were cruelly ignored by public health administrators like Josephine Baker. This tension would never go away, of course. Although public health needs won a new audience with the COVID crisis, the pushback against inconvenient preventive measures like masks, especially in parts of the United States, should serve as a warning that the signposts for individual and society can still too often seem to point in opposite directions. When individuals and their rights moved to the center of political discourse in the 1960s, their new centrality nevertheless assumed a social context, that of group identity now, whether of race, ethnicity, gender, or increasingly religion. Administrators of central powers like the Roman Empire had long recognized that their work was more effective if locally sourced officials speaking the language and sharing the heritage of distant cultures were interacting with their subjects, so that's why you would get a local Jew like Matthew becoming a tax-collecting publican. But in the democratic politics of the 1960s, group identity became a statement of equality after centuries or even millennia of marginalization. One of the central tenets of identity politics would become diversity in the workplace, not least in the public administration offices, in which representatives of government power and government largesse could interact with members of their own communities. But because the communities themselves were often more diverse, especially in polyglot polities like the United States, but also increasingly in Europe and elsewhere, tensions developed because of the zero-sum nature of any job, whether it's in the private workplace or academia or the civil service. Barring Andrew Jackson's rapid rotation of positions, which given the rise of professionalization and meritocracy no longer seemed a viable alternative, if one person held a position, no one else could. Although at times colored by an unappealing sense of entitlement, excluded individuals can feel victimized by competitors from groups preferred as offering greater diversity. While the lower status accorded public administration over the centuries since its golden age has, I think, to a degree shielded the civil service from the most vituperative attacks on its commitment to diversity. And those of you who may be following American politics may recognize that the whole question of affirmative action in education is now before the United States Supreme Court and is likely to be overturned. This ironic protective cover of lower interest in government jobs may soon lose its potency amid the current economic uncertainties. Even in national cultures that are more ethnically and racially homogenous than those in Western Europe and the Americas, the issue of identity politics can still become a major issue for public administrators because identities can become intertwined with the conflicting commitments of modernizing societies. This can often be seen in the reactions to the women's ministries created in many countries to focus on the needs of women excluded from power and often repressed by patriarchal traditions dating back to the dawn of civilization. These ministries often have had a heavy preponderance of women on their staffs to identify with the needs of their constituents. But the other gender, if one only counts two, has often felt excluded from the government solicitation shown to women, as have many traditionalists of all genders. The result can be seen in the removal or the downgrading of women's ministries in the face of outside pressure. When the Taliban assumed power again in Afghanistan, for example, one of its first acts was to replace the country's Ministry for Women's Affairs with a new ministry for the promotion of virtue and the prevention of vice. This is this new sign outside what was the Ministry for Women's Affairs. Those of you who are living in Korea or Korean may or may not recognize elements of my discussion this morning in your own experiences. And even in the areas in which you may find congruences, I'm afraid I can offer no answers. All that I can bring you this morning is a prediction that because the past of public human resources management has never left us, we will be dealing with it for generations to come. The necessary first step, I suspect, must simply be an understanding and an acknowledgement of the kind of tests that we're taking here, the kind of challenge that's facing us. Recognition that you can't take a math exam and when it's a history exam and expect you to get a high score. America's greatest president, Abraham Lincoln, explained in his annual message to the U.S. Congress in December 1862, at a time when the Civil War was raging and the Emancipation Proclamation was scheduled to take effect a month later, "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. But to meet its challenge, it no longer sufficed," he argued, "to remain in the past. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves." Disenthrall was a verb carefully chosen to imply liberate or set free. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. And perhaps with it, if we disenthrall ourselves, if we recognize that we cannot escape history, the future of public administration through understanding and redeeming its past. So, thank you for your kind attention this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Bellamy, for this very intuitive lecture. Now we would like to have a more in-depth discussion with the keynote speaker. We have Mr. Jo Tae-jun, President of Korean Society for Public Personnel Administration, who will moderate this discussion session. Please come up to the podium. Please give him a big round of applause. And I will now pass my microphone to Mr. Jo.
And again, please don't be surprised if I have no answers to any of the questions that he has to ask.
Could you please use your microphone? Thank you.
Hello, this is Tae-jun Jo. I'm working at the School of Public Administration in Sangmyeong University in Seoul, Korea. And this year, I served as the president of the Korean Society for Public Personnel Administration. It is my honor to preside the keynote session with Dr. Bellamy at the 2022 Global Public HR Conference. We listened to Professor Bellamy's presentation in about 25 minutes. We have about 15 minutes to discussing this project, this presentation. I think HRM is the important factor to understanding public administration. All governments are interested in selecting a competent applicant and at the same time paying attention to the efficient personnel management or human resource management. In addition, government is interested in realizing equity and social equity and diversity in the workplace. In particular, public HRM may be judged as the area that is operate as both science or art. As a historian, Professor Bellamy presented 5 major topics in the Association of History and Public Administration. It was an interesting approach, and it was also very informative that it was a new attempt. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Bellamy for his presentation on a good topic. In my first question is that why the administrative stage was divided into 5 stages based on a historical perspective, and what is the meaning of the issue?
The meaning of...
Issue.
Okay. Is this working? Okay. When I was asked to try to provide, as I mentioned in my at the beginning of my talk, originally this was going to be a two-way approach, where one of us was going to be taking a broad view, and the other was going to be taking a more focused view on the current situation in public administration. So I took it as my task to try to look at a broader context, to try to place our current crises, plural, in a larger historical context, which is what I have been trained to look for. It's what I enjoy looking for and at. And that was the point when I began thinking about what are the basic issues that people seem to be placing themselves in now, and how can what's the historical grid that you can place on those issues? And that's when I began to realize, okay, so that the first place you had to begin was the association with government power. That has been there from the very beginnings, that was always the reason for having public administration at the beginning. Over time, as particularly as democracies develop, that you had to be seen as directly responsive to the people as a whole. But it's never left us, this sense in which public administration is administrators for the central government. Then expanding beyond that, began to be thinking about the other issues I was raising, beginning with the relation to democratization. Then democratization immediately led into the question of meritocracy. Over time, I realized that then things changed with the whole context of this division between public and individual that was hitting its high point a century ago. And then the issue that I have lived through in my lifetime, the growing impact of identity politics since the 1960s. So it was incremental, bit by bit, that the whole thing came to me as I was structuring the talk.
Okay, yeah, thank you for a detailed explanation. Let's talk about the first issue that Professor Bellamy mentioned, the relationship between civil service and government. Professor Bellamy pointed out that public administration was used to tool for government power, which I think is something that most people recognize. To support this argument, it is very interesting to see the examples of the Roman Empire's tax collection, and to compare Asian Rome with China, and to introduce different perspectives on the status and expertise of civil servants. Based on the discussion, I would like to talk about whether public administration is non-professional field that can be carried out by a person with general knowledge, or whether professional personnel should be emphasized. What do you think about that?
I will confess that simply from my own background as an academic who's supposed to be teaching people to think professionally, that my prejudice was in favor of professional, meritocratic, that the assumption that what you're learning in the courses that you're taking is somehow relevant to the lives that you will be leading afterwards. After reading Michael Sandel's new book, I'm not so sure about that anymore, and I'm still thinking about it.
What do you think about the meritocracy in the field of public administration? In Korea, there are lots of needs for the specialized and merit-based competent to enter in the public service. But you think that Michael Sanders' Michael Sanders note that meritocracy is not insufficient to requirement to operate the society.
I think it probably very much depends upon the field that one is looking at. There are certainly going to be areas of public administration where you only want to have people who are experts involved. Obviously, public health is a beautiful example of that. There are other areas where it may be difficult to see how any specific training or an examination is actually relevant. It's not obviously, you want to have people who are maybe trained in a little bit of counseling techniques and things like that for being involved in a women's ministry or what have you. But I'm not sure how a civil service examination is going to be selecting those skills. It's not knowledge-based, it's personality-based, actually, as to whether or not one will be effective in that kind of a role.
Okay. In your presentation, you mentioned the placement.
Right.
Placement.
Right.
I think that the placement is associated with the spoil systems in the United States or patronage system in the United Kingdom.
Right, the patronage system is really what we're talking about here. The placement was the term that came in with the patronage system, where basically prime ministers would basically stuff parliament with their supporters, and they would use the civil service as a way to pay their supporters.
Do you think that the placement or spoil system is to be maintained in the present time or to replace the merit-based system in public personnel administration?
Of course, at the top levels, it still very much is there, where the positions change with each new administration. And that is, of course, equally true in Korea and the United States and pretty much everywhere around the world, as we were looking at England now changing all of its top people with the third prime minister this year. So the people who are setting the marching orders do tend to be placemen.
Okay, thank you. I would like to something about that professionalism. You mentioned the third issue, the push for the professionalism, and I already know that the government seek to the social equity in the processes of the public personnel administration. It is a debating issue that which is the more important to managing the public personnel administration, social equity or merit-based system or professionalism?
And it probably depends historically on which was more important to start with. And that's why I was bringing in the comparison and the contrast between China in the past, where actually, of course, the civil service was democratizing by opening up positions of power and authority and service to a broader community than basically aristocrats. In the United States and in many parts of the West, exactly the opposite. That professionalization was designed to limit the role of popular views in politics. And that professionalization may or may not have a strong basis. I mean, basically, when it began, there was no Harvard School for Public Administration or anything. That a Harvard graduate was somebody who had been admitted because they had passed a test in Latin and Greek.
Okay. Okay. my question is that in general, the United States seek to a small government to expand the individual's rights, but the Korea is the representative example of a big government to control individuals' rights in the processes of public administration. I think that you lived in the both countries. What do you think about the prefer the government form, a small government or big government?
Having lived in the United States, that also means I've lived in both. That it might be a little bit thin at the national level, but always getting bigger. But many state governments are not that different than Korea in the types of things that they're dealing with. That the federal structure of American politics means that you also get differences in approaches to public administration, I think.
Okay. It is time to wrap up our keynote session. Do you have any questions from the floor? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. My name is Sunny Leong. I'm from Civil Service College in the United Kingdom. May I pose two comments and perhaps a question to that? You mentioned earlier that politicians these days, when they come in, they stuff their civil service with their political advisors in the service itself. Well, in the United Kingdom, the civil service is very much an impartial civil service. It serves the government of the day. But in the last 10 years, politicians have started sort of appointing their appointees to senior civil service levels. And to a certain extent, this has led to very bad decisions taken. And I think it's the beginning of a slippery slope towards autocratic administration. And I think the civil service really got to address itself, whether it should be just a civil service on its own, supporting the government of the day, and challenge some of the decisions taken by politicians at a certain level. So in America it's very different. I do not know about Korea, but in New Zealand it's the same thing. So I do not know whether that's a right situation or the wrong situation. But personally, I think it's the beginning of a slippery slope. The second thing about the point you made earlier about generalization, having a central civil service exams. I think the days of civil service exams are long gone. Civil servants are no longer being generalists, they need to be specialists. What you mentioned earlier about public health is one point. Public finance is an equally important point. Economists, you need public procurement professionals. So being a generalist to do a specialist job, I think is really sort of, square plugs and round holes. Perhaps you could elaborate on that. Thank you.
I'm a generalist. And so therefore my comments were those of a generalist, but I take your point, and I mean, I would agree that the days of the general civil service exam as it was first conceived of 150 years ago now is no longer relevant. But the broader question I was also raising in our discussion just now is, does it even make sense to be talking about civil service in the same broad terms even that we used to use in the past? That is it professionalized in the same way when you have a core base of information that is obviously crucial, whether it is in finance or in public health, versus so many other areas of public administration in which we may not expect a knowledge base, but other skill sets that don't come across necessarily in any kind of a test, in any kind of specific background.
okay. Due to the time limitation, we are finishing our keynote session. Thank you for your sharing your thoughts.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Please put your hands together once again in thanking Professor Bellamy and President Cho Tae-jun for this very excellent discussion session. Well, this brings us to the end of the keynote session. We will now take a few minutes break for us to prepare this podium for the subsequent sessions. We will come back at 11:10. This is 3 minutes later. I'm sorry for this very short break, but we will reconvene at 11:10. Thank you. who are in the hallway, you're kindly asked to come back to the auditorium to be seated so we can proceed with our first session of the day. Thank you very much. And another announcement would be simultaneous interpretation service is being provided throughout this conference. So please select channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. We will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our session 1 of the day, so you're kindly asked to come back to the auditorium and be seated, please. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We will begin session 1 of the 2022 Global Public HR Conference. The topic of this session is Building Forward Better, the Role of ESG and Public HR. For any questions or comments on the lectures, please leave your comments on the webinar page or the YouTube comment box. I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Shim Bo-gyun, Chief Executive Director of KESG Assessment Center. Mr. Shim, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, overall moderator. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor and great pleasure to moderate session 1. My name is Bo-gyun Shim, Chief Executive Director of KESG Assessment Center. The topic of this session is a better future focused on ESG and the role of public HR. After hearing the presentations of the 2 distinguished speakers, first an honorable panelist lead the discussion, and then briefly we'll have the Q&A time. First, I'd like to introduce the distinguished speakers. The first presenter is Ambassador Yeonchul Yu, Executive Director of UN Global Compact. The second presenter is Mr. Dae Lee, Associate Professor at Columbus State University. Next is an honorable discussant, Mr. Peter van den Broen, Director of International Relations at the Belgian Federal Office of Personal Policy. Without further ado, I'd like to turn the floor over to Ambassador Yeonchul Yu for his presentation on UN Global Compact and ESG. Ambassador Yu, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. As introduced, my name is Yeonchul Yu. So I'm the Executive Director of UN Global Compact Network Korea. And I'm the Ambassador for Climate Change at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I'm honored this morning to be invited to this prestigious, the 2022, the Global HR Public Day Conference. So taking this opportunity, so I'd like to thank all the people who made this conference possible, and particularly my special thanks go to Ms. Shin Young-suk, the president of NHRL Institute. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to give you a brief account of UN Global Compact and ESG trends. And before that, I'd like to introduce the 2 cases in recent days. Well, have you heard the UN Global Compact? Some of you, yes, and the others are not. And if you allow me to characterize the UN Global Compact in a word, then UN Global Compact is an organization to assist the private companies for the management, for the sustainable management or the ESG management. And in Korea, they recently increasing number of Korean companies joined the UN Global Compact. And I'd like to introduce 2 interesting cases to all of you. The first case is exporting the companies located in Gyeongsang-Buk-do. They recently joined the UN Global Compact. And there was a ceremony of conveying the certificate of UN Global Compact to him, the CEO of the company. And he came to Seoul. And then he was a very humble man. So I asked him, how do you know the UN Global Compact? And how have you joined the UN Global Compact? And his response was that, I have no idea of the UN Global Compact, but my buyer, the American companies, request me to join the UN Global Compact. There's a recent global trend for the sustainable management and the ESG management. Another interesting the case is, have you heard the SM Entertainment Company? Yes, the young people are well aware of recently the SM Entertainment also joined the UN Global Compact. And I asked the CEO of SM Entertainment, how do you know the UN Global Compact and how have you joined the UN Global Compact? And his answer was, it was due to the global fandom. Global fans request for the sustainable development and ESG management of the company. And at the same day of conveying the certificate of UN Global Compact, the ASPA, the K-pop girl group, Metaverse girl group, made a speech at the United Nations. And Giselle, one of the ASPA members, mentioned that ASPA is a Metaverse girl group, and the Metaverse reflects the reality. And if reality is not sustainable, and the Metaverse cannot be sustainable. So the next generation should support the sustainability, and we should try to implement the goals of Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah. So these cases are example of the recent ESG trends. So, and having said that, nowadays, the capitalism is evolved from the shareholders to stakeholders. So in the past, the companies had focused on shareholders' profit, but now it is changed. In 2019, at the Business Roundtable, the most CEOs declared that the purpose of cooperation is to share a fundamental commitment to all their stakeholders, not only shareholders, but also the customers, employers, and suppliers, and communities. Emphasizing that shareholders' value is no longer the everything. They emphasize the management for the long-term, the perspective. Okay. So if you allow me to elaborate more this in details, so I'd like to say that the concept of profit is extended in the context of time. So in the past, the company placed higher value on the short-term profit. But now we have to place higher value on the long-term value, such as sustainability or the future-oriented values. And also the target of responsibility is expanded from shareholders to all the stakeholders, people and the planet as well. The performance of companies was focused on the short-term performance, and now they try to focus on long-term performance. Usually, the short-term the performance means the short-term the financial profit, but now it should include the long-term performance. And if we apply these performance into the ESG, then I'd like to say that the defensive approach is to respond to the regulation about the environment or the anti-corruption. But if we have defensive or the inactive approach, it will be the burden to the company because we have to respond to the regulation. But if we take the proactive approaches, then we can make a profit through the creating social values, such as the development of low-carbon technology. So I want to emphasize that the core concept of the new evolution of capitalism, such as stakeholders capitalism, is to pursue the sustainable and the inclusive growth, including the internalization of external cost. Here, I'd like to emphasize on the sustainable and the inclusive. Now let's turn to the UN Global Compact. UN Global Compact is established in 2000 when we faced the millennium years in 2000. And the background was to recognize the importance of companies to achieve the UN's goal and the necessity of the establishment of the UN Agency for Corporate Social Responsibility. So after that, in 2007, UN Global Compact Network Korea was founded. And this mission is to create sustainable and inclusive global economy. Here, the sustainable and the inclusive, the expression appeared. Sustainable and inclusive global economy that delivers lasting benefits to people, communities, and markets, which means the multi-stakeholders. So to make this happen, UN Global Compact supports these companies to do business responsibly by allowing their strategies with the principles of UN Global Compact on human rights, the labor, environment, and the anti-corruption. And also, UN Global Compact supports companies to take the strategic actions to advance the broader societal goals, such as Millennium Development Goals, as well as the ongoing Sustainable Development Goals. And the 10 principles of UN Global Compacts are based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the ILO Declaration and the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development and so on. And the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact shows that, for example, with regard to the human rights, the business should support the respect and protection of internationally proclaimed the human rights. And for labor, business should uphold the freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining, with particular emphasis on the elimination of all forms of forced and compulsory labor, and to pursue the effective abolition of child labor. And as far as the environment is concerned, the business should support a precautionary approach to environmental challenges. Last but not least, with regard to the anti-corruption, the business should work against corruption in all its forms, including extortion and bribery. The anti-corruption is placed to the last, the 10th principle. What does it mean? Well, in the Korean, the proverbs, the hard work is never wasted. In Korean, 공동탑이 무너지랴. But I'd like to say that the hard work can be wasted if we are to get involved in the corruption. It takes so long time to have a reputation. But it's a very short time, and in a moment, we can lose our reputation and fame if we get involved in the corruption. Okay. As I mentioned, the UN Global Compact Network, the Korea was founded in 2007 with a particular emphasis on the dialogue with the public, the institution, and the private the sectors to have the sustainable management. And the UN Global Compact, now the 161 countries are joining the UNGC, and around 20,000 the participants are joining the UNGC, and among them, the 302 Korean companies are joining the UN Global Compact, and among 302 the Korean companies, around 36% composed of public sector and public institutions. 37% amounts to the total number of Korean companies joining the UN Global Compact. And the UN Global Compact 10 principles are for the achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which were adopted in 2015. So I do not explain this in detail because all of you are well aware of the SDGs. And if I apply the ESG in the UNGC's the universal values and 10 principles, the UNGC's the 4 universal values, the anti-corruption is the core of governance, and the human rights and labor is related to social, and the environment is directly related to environment. So UN Global Compacts for the universal values and 10 principles are the deeply connected, deeply related to SDGs as well as ESG. Because UN Global Compact was the first used, and ESG, the term of ESG was the first used in the report of UN Global Compact under the title of Who Cares Wins. Many people are aware of 2006's the Kofi Annan's the PRI, the Principle of Responsible Investment. But before the 2006 PRI, UN Global Compact, and together with other the financial institutions, released the report under the title of Who Cares Wins. And in its report, they correctly used the term of ESG. So UN Global Compact has the ownership of ESG terms. But I'd like to emphasize more that UN Global the UN Global Compact has the ownership of the ESG, but who cares wins. So those who care for others are to win or are to succeed. So I'd like to say that the spirit of ESG is to care for others. So those who care for others are to win or succeed. That's the spirit of ESG, okay? And in recent years, the global investors are requesting the CEOs to make more the green the investment. So as I introduce the Korean company's case, located in Gyeongsang, the Bukdo, his buyers request Korean company to join the UN Global Compact, and why the US, the importing companies, request Korean companies to join the UN Global Compact. And I assume that the investors of US, the importing companies, might request US companies. Those who you are dealing with should join the UN Global Compact. So nowadays, the global investors' role is increasingly important. And the example, the global investors is BlackRock. And in 2000, in his letter, they emphasize the companies should address the climate risk. Okay? In accordance with this, the global investment related to ESG has sharply increased. And the interesting thing is those companies with a better ESG evaluation record showed higher profits in the last 7 years. If I elaborate more on this in detail, the Oxford University and Arabesque made an in-depth analysis of this, and excellent ESG performance, the companies, the stock price is increased to 80%.
Excuse me,
Yes.
now the time is just 1 minute left.
1 million, okay, yeah. And 88% is better operational performance. And the Microsoft is a very good company with regard to ESG management because, say, top managers' attention and cooperation between departments and the smart identification of ESG issues. On the other hand, the Volkswagen has faced the big challenges, so-called diesel gate. The US EPA has revealed that the Volkswagen, they manipulated the vehicle emission test results. This is because of dominant and the closed decision-making process. It's not transparent decision-making process. So it implies a lot to us. So we should have a transparent decision-making. So after that, Volkswagen has the improvement of governance. Okay? And a proposal to ESG management. So I'd like to say that top managers should have attention and pay attention to this ESG management, as well as the employers also cultivate their capacities. So it is important to make the ESG the culture. And the last but not least, if you allow me to have the implications and applications of the UNGC 10 principles to the public center. The first, cultivate your capacity. Focus on expertise with the pie type, the acknowledgement. In the previous session, a gentleman, they focused on the specialty of expertise. So the civil servant should be the generalist as well as specialties, possibly with 2 areas. So if you are working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'd like to say that you have specialty on the region as well as specialty on the functions, such as climate change or development or something like that. So that will be helpful for you to maintain or continue your job. And also, you have to strengthen the communication and relationship with others. So in short, my total capability is composed of my ability plus relationship with others. Relationship with others means to mobilize other people's power. Okay? It can be my total capacity. And as a civil servant, promoting the accountability, ethics, and the transparency of the public sector, it's better to have the balanced and innovative mindset. Balanced means the civil servants are to address the needs of all the people, multi-stakeholders. So we have to have the balanced mindset for multi-stakeholders through hybrid and integrated approach in a sustainable and inclusive way. Okay, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Yeoncheol Yu, for your insightful and thought-provoking message. It was impressive. You highlighted the long-term, the importance of the long-term performance instead of a short-term performance, with the emphasis on sustainable inclusive growth. Now, next, Professor Daewoo Lee of Columbus State University will deliver a presentation titled "The Effect of Public Service Experiences Through Governance on Political Efficacy."
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daewoo Lee. I'm an associate professor from Columbus State University in Columbus, Georgia. Let me begin with good news. My presentation is the last one before lunch, so almost there. I know it's been a long morning already. And the second one is many of you are either public servant or soon to be public servant. And I am a son of public servant. My dad served for Korean government over 33 years. And on the way coming here this morning, I recognized this entire complex is kind of familiar with me, and it just popped up in my mind. 20-something, maybe something, 30-something, more than 30-something years ago, my dad took me in one of these complexes because his office was there. He worked in Gwacheon, and this beautiful campus in this one day in autumn reminds me of those good days. And he's watching this presentation at home. He's over 76 years old through the online YouTube. So I want to say thank you, Daddy. So let me begin. So today's title of the presentation is Searching for G in ESG, Policy Feedback or Public Service Delivery. I'm a public policy scholar. I'm also a professor, and I'm trained with emphasis of political science. So my presentation might be a little bit too academic, but I'm doing my best to approach as general as possible. So why I choose the G element of ESG? Ambassador, you mentioned a lot of important values or spirit of ESG. And for me, the most important value in ESG is accountability. So private companies or corporations should be accountable when they make a decision, either investment decision or any decision. Not just, they should not focus on purely profit maximizing decision, but they have to make a decision accountable for environment, or they have to make a decision, socially conscious decision, as well as decision of good governance. But the G element of the ESG is often forgotten or neglected. And Ambassador, you also mentioned how bad governance could produce failure of the produce some disastrous event, such as Volkswagen's cheating scandal on emission tests, or Facebook's failure of the governance, which resulted in data issues and privacy issues. So poor governance stands at the core of the critical failure of private companies and governance. So my big question in this presentation is how the G element of ESG in public organization, particularly in government, influence politics. As I mentioned, I'm trained as a political scientist. So in political science or in democracy, people ask accountability from government or politicians for delivering a good public service. If government or politicians deliver a high quality public service, put simply under the democracy, they will vote for them. If government or politicians fail to delivering a high quality of public service, they will vote against those incumbent, or they will not support those politicians. So my entire rationale in this presentation is good governance will produce high quality of public service, and that high quality of public service will influence many important consequences or influence on politics. So let me go for details. So there is a theory of policy feedback, and it argues that new policies create new politics. So put simply, policies are not only effects, but potential cause of politics. So typically, many people think good policy will influence good politics or positive politics, but in fact, policy cause how political attitude or political behavior got involved. So some of the example of this theory of policy feedback is in US, once you reach age of 65, you are eligible to receive Social Security benefit as well as Medicare. So that means you have more money and time for taking care of others. So senior citizens' political level of political participation jump once people reach in 65. And also in the US, GI Bill affect many young veterans who served for World War II. So GI Bill allows those veterans to get educated for free from the government. And those experience or being educated have a later life consequences, and they are more active in civil duties or political participation or political socialization. And also in the US, sorry, I'm from the state. So in the US, many welfare programs affect. So those who are receiving those welfare benefits, they have a better trust in government or they have a more positive attitude toward the politics or government. So in this theory, there are two mechanisms. So good public policy through either resource effect or interpretive effect is going to create or produce a good or positive political attitude or behavior. So let me get more details. So in terms of resources effect, I mentioned the senior citizens' more active civil participation. So material resources and incentives shape patterns of political attitude. So once senior citizens get more resources in terms of money and time, they devote more time to political activities. And in terms of interpretive effect, it is a classic example is those veterans. Veterans, of course, served for the country, but in exchange, they got free education. So they feel somehow obligation, I have to give back to this society, so they are more actively engaging in political actions. So to go further of how public policy influence on political attitude, I'm going to introduce the concept of efficacy. And many of you should be familiar with this concept of efficacy. And does anyone hear the vaccine efficacy? Remember this? So during the COVID crisis, you pretty often hear the vaccine efficacy of, let's say, 81.8%. What does that mean? So the classic dictionary definition of efficacy is ability to produce an intended result. If a vaccine's efficacy rate is 81.8%, that means if you receive this vaccine, you will be protected from severe disease by 81.8% chance, not 100%, but it has high vaccine efficacy. Again, remember, the concept of efficacy is ability to produce an intended result. So I am more interested in the concept of political efficacy. So definition of political efficacy is people's belief they have ability to change or influence government. So I can influence or change through my action to politics. That is the concept of political efficacy. So the concept of political efficacy is first introduced in US, and these are typical questions how to measure the concept of political efficacy. So the question asks, people like me, the public is typo, sorry. People like me don't have any influence over what the government does. If I may translate in Korean, 나와 같은 사람들은 정부가 하는 일에 어떠한 영향도 미칠 수 없다. The second question is, public officials don't care much what people like me think. 정부는 나와 같은 사람들의 생각이나 의견에 관심이 없다. So if a person answer to this question as agree or strongly agree, that person have low level of political efficacy. But if person disagree on this question, that person has high level of political efficacy. So if you or if a person has a high level of political efficacy, they are more likely to trust government, and they are more likely to believe or think elected officials are honest. But if a person has low level of political efficacy, they think they are more likely to get angry with government, and they are more likely to believe elected officials are selfish. So in my research, I am trying to see how public policy influence on political efficacy, and I found a good data set. It is called Korea Social Integration Survey, and it has been published annually since 2013 by Korea Institute of Public Admin. And it includes representative populations of about 8,000 individuals. And the survey asks many different questions, including social and political participation, trust, the quality of the government, governance, and quality of the public service. So this is from a snapshot from 2021, last year's Korea Social Integration Survey. So people were being asked, people like me don't have any influence over what the government does. Strongly disagree, 전혀 동의하지 않는다. Somewhat disagree, 별로 동의하지 않는다. If you answer this way, you have what? High level of political efficacy. But if you answer somewhat agree, 약간 동의한다. Strongly agree, 매우 동의한다. If you answer this way, you have low level of political efficacy. So from Korea's snapshot, more people tend to have lower level of political efficacy. This result from this survey in 2021. What about the other question? Public officials don't care much what people like me think. Again, more people tend to have lower level of political efficacy in Korea in 2021. So, my rationale is a good or high level of public service or satisfying public service will influence on political efficacy either through resource effect or interpretive effect. So to measure this, the quality of public service, I used two examples, Again, this is also from Korea Social Integration Survey. So survey asked, based on your experience, how satisfied are you with community center? If I may translate in Korean.
Based on your experience, how satisfied are you with community center was the question.
만족하지 않는다. Not very, 별로 만족하지 않는다. Fairly, 약간 만족한다. Very, 매우 만족한다. So, snapshot of 2021 says more than majority of the people in South Korea tend to have a satisfying experience of 주민자치센터 service. So 주민자치센터 in my generation what is 동사무소, right? Another question is how satisfied are you with issue of identity document via internet? 귀하는 인터넷 민원 발급 서비스에 대해서 어느 정도 만족합니다.
How satisfied are you with the issue of identity document via internet?
The people are have satisfying experience of issue of identity document through internet. So the big question of my research is how does governance influence political efficacy via public service delivery? So good governance will produce high quality public service or satisfying experience of public service. And if people get high quality public service or satisfying experience, they will have higher level of political efficacy. Vice versa, if people have low quality of public service or dissatisfying experience of public service, then they will have lower level of political efficacy. So this is my brief analysis, like this is pretty much preliminary stage. So if a person have satisfying experience of community center, the more satisfying experience they tend to have or they tend to show the higher level of political efficacy. It's a positive relationship. Again, if a person has more satisfied experience of issue of identity document via internet, they tend to have higher level of political efficacy. But in addition to this simple positive relationship, I'm also interested in how corruption or perception of corruption in the government, as well as perception of procedural fairness, moderating this positive relationship. So in the ESG literature, in private corporations, corruption poses an obstacle to investment in environmental and social protection. And Ambassador Yu also mentioned how bad corruption could be in these ESG values. And also, in South Korea, in anywhere, if one perceives this admin process is fair or delivery of the public service is fair, it will enhance this, whatever the political outcome highly. But if one think the procedural fairness is violated, it is going to ruin everything. So I'm interested in these two factors, how these two factors moderating this linear and positive relationship between satisfaction of public service experience and political efficacy. So again, from the survey of Korea Social Integration Survey, it is being asked, how widespread do you think corruption in your government? If I may interpret this, translate this.
How widespread do you think corruption in your government?
전혀 청렴하지 않다. Most officials are corrupted. 별로 청렴하지 않다. So obviously, from the snapshot of 2021, more people think, okay, there's more widespread corruption. Somehow, they perceive corruptions in South Korea, in South Korean government. So for the relationship between satisfaction with community center service and political efficacy, if we compare those people who have, okay, there's a widespread corruption within government, there's still positive relationship, but the relationship getting weaker, right? And the relationship between satisfaction with issue of identity document via internet, those who believe or perceive the corruption within the government, that positive relationship getting much, much more weaker. what about the concept of procedural fairness? So the survey asked, to what extent is the government providing a fair admin service? So if I may translate it, 행정기관은 공정한 행정 서비스.
The question is, to what extent is the government providing a fair administrative service?
Most people agree or strongly agree. They believe the government provide a fair admin service. So again, comparing this, the relationship between satisfaction with community center and political efficacy, those who think, okay, the government providing a fair admin service, they have much higher, the stronger relationship compared to those who believe government somehow fail to providing a fair procedural fairness in public service. And that gap between much bigger for the relationship between issue of identity documentation via internet and political efficacy. So the lessons is governance, a good governance become a key to enhancing public service delivery, a quality of public service, or enhancing people's experience or satisfaction of public service. And political efficacy is likely to be elevated when people receive a better public service delivery. So the logical angle is good governance will produce higher quality of public service or more satisfying experience of public service, and that will enhance or elevate political efficacy. But whatever the theory says, material or interpretation or interpretive effect is not enough. If people perceive corruption or people have issue on procedural fairness, then the positive relationship will be easily ruined, and we need more attention for the relationship or the logical line of governance, public service, and political efficacy, or any other political outcome. And my goal for my agenda for the next research or further research is how the perception of corruption or perception of income inequality or one's moral values or norms or procedural fairness, those type of things are influencing this relationship. So thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to get some questions on my research. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Daewoo Lee, for your inspiring message with highlights on political efficacy, and thank you for precise timekeeping. Now I'd like to proceed with the discussion by inviting a discussant, Director Peter from Belgium. The floor is yours. It would be appreciated if you shorten your intervention to 5 minutes.
I'll do my best. You want me to stay sitting here, or do you want me to stand there? You want me to stand up there? Okay. Okay, I'll try to be as concise as possible. I'm Peter from the Belgian Federal Administration, and contrary to some of my predecessors, I'm not an academic, I'm not a professor, but I'm a professional, human resources civil servant. So what I'm going to share as my reflections on the two previous speakers is based on my experience in the Belgian civil service as a human resources professional, human resources development. First, I'd like to thank the two presenters for their valuable contributions. I thought it very, very interesting. And when I wrote down the key remark to me, people use the experience of public service delivery to punish and reward government. The first question that raised to my mind is like, but what is this high quality public service delivery? Because it's always fine and nice to hear academics deliver reports, and I feel it's very valuable. But then usually these reports land on our desks as practitioners, and it's up to us to do something with these reports, to put them into practice, to take some measures. And when thinking about what you mentioned on high quality public service delivery, it is my feeling, it is my belief that high quality public service delivery is meeting the public's expectations and taking these expectations into account. And the first question I had related to that is like, what do we do as civil servants to really ensure that we listen to the public's expectations. On a larger field for our civil servants, how do we assess citizens' expectations towards government? How do we not only assess that, but how do we try to involve citizens in government to avoid that they respond like the survey showed, like, well, I don't feel any connection or involvement about what my government does. And well, when I arrived in Korea, before going here, some of my friends' relatives said, well, is it safe to go there because North Korea is quite close to South Korea? And I said, yeah, it's okay. And then they said, yeah, but you know, recently there's been some missiles being launched. I said, yeah, it's quite okay. So I was kind of shocked when about half an hour into this building, my phone started ringing and the phones of many other foreigners in my group, merp, merp, and I got the message that said, very serious alert, please do not ignore this. And I was running to one of my Korean colleagues asking, well, what is this about? And he was reacting pretty relaxed, like, well, someone disappeared probably. I was like, okay. 1 hour later, same thing again, map, map. And then some of my Korean colleagues told me later on the evening that they probably just check it in the evening, the kind of messages they got. I'm using this as an example to say that this idea of an alert, in my view, is very valuable. But I'm not convinced that every single Korean citizen will be convinced of the added value of a system that rings you 10 times a day, with the added risk that you start ignoring messages that could be very important. To me, I find this an example of, do we listen to what civil servants collect based on customer experiences? Do we engage with the public in order to check with them? Are you still satisfied with this app? From an HR point of view, are we satisfied with the HR services we provide? And then the next topic is, what do we do about that? And when we work in human resources, the first thing we could do, and one of the things mentioned is corruption and integrity, and it's a big issue in all countries, all over the world. And from an HR point of view, we can put in place some policies and rules and regulations to fight that. And I've been in many organizations where they put values and frames on the wall. And I was positively surprised that when I made a tour of the garden here, I saw this beautiful stone with the words of President Park there, my whole life dedicated to serving my homeland and people. I find it very inspiring on the one hand. On the other hand, I realized that it's not by putting a stone with this inscription in your garden or by putting values on the wall that corruption will be finished, that all civil servants will magically be transformed into persons of high integrity and willing to serve the civil service. So more needs to be done, and in human resources we have training and development. And we can wonder to what extent we can train our civil servants and we can inspire them to try and translate these values into their everyday lives, serving the public. But then we also have to realize within human resources management that there's some things that are hard to be trained, because some things are linked to values and beliefs and attitudes. And as a final remark, I make the connection to the discussion this morning about, are exams necessary and what kind of things we test? Well, in Belgium, we don't test knowledge anymore. And I believe when we're dealing with some of the issues that were presented here, we should include the whole range of human resources tools we have, including recruitment and development, to attract the right people who have the right competencies and the right attitudes and belief to tackle these very, very important challenges. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the inspiring message. You've highlighted the importance of the how to measure the civic voices and expectations, and how can we increase the satisfaction of the citizens. Now I'd like to open the floor to the audience for Q&A on the topic. Please do not hesitate to raise questions or comments on the screen or from the floor. Now I can't find the questions on the screen. if you have any questions from the floor, please raise your hands or. While you are preparing the questions, I'd like to raise one question. We are. Is there? You. Okay, you are. Yeah.
I know everyone's very hungry. I'll go as quickly as humanly possible. I apologize. So first of all, thank you so much for your presentations today. I'm Professor Bassett here at the NHI. I'm one of the in-house professors here. So I apologize, this is going to come off a little cynical, but being from America myself, I think a little bit of healthy skepticism for the government's kind of built into the American identity. When you look at a lot of the pushback, towards the ESG versus something like the Sustainable Development Goals or Millennial Goals, I think one of the big fears is the idea of greenwashing. So we saw in the presentation, we saw corporations like Apple, one of the biggest e-waste contributors on planet Earth. We saw Amazon, who doesn't have the greatest reputation. We saw Microsoft, who is currently purchasing companies that have a lot of sexual harassment allegations and things like that. We saw BlackRock, who doesn't have a super great reputation. So there's this fear that these companies are adapting ESG things to put on their websites, to put on their board, as kind of a shield for legitimate criticism of those corporations. So I think there is that fear. And it kind of ties in with Professor Lee, is I think good politicians see those results and say, oh, okay, we need to invest in better services in order to decrease my perception as being corrupt. I think corrupt politicians can look at the same data and say, oh, I need to invest in good public services so people stop nagging me to change and be a better person. So I think there is that, that fear of greenwashing, or in the case of domestic politics, the idea of like putting up that perception of a shield, and how do we kind of move past that and move past just notes on a website and what words people are saying and kind of move into actual real life action. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring questions. Who do you expect to respond to your questions among the questions? Professor Lee?
So let me be fast. So I grew up in South Korea and I lived in US past 15 years. And once you leave out from Korea, and only after I experienced public service in US, I truly appreciate the public service in South Korea, right? So yes, like it is, the quality of any service delivery is quite different between South Korea and US. So, but one thing we can change is if we can somehow inject or control how these civil servant, or if you may familiar with this concept of street bureaucrats, if we can increase the way of handling with actual recipient of public service, that could be a factor, even if the general quality of the public service is kind of low, but the final touch who are actually delivering those service could be influential. And I know I'm not actually answering the question, but that's another my observation. So.
Thank you. Will you supplement some?
Not exactly, but if you allow me to say something that, so when I had to work as a civil servant in the past, say we often said that if boss is happy, then I am happy. This means, so all we have to do is to meet the boss or the people's expectations, as Professor Peter mentioned. Okay.
Time is almost up, but I'd like to invite one more question from the floor.
Thank you. My name is Onur Hoşnut from Ankara University, Turkey. So I have to be very quick, but I have two questions, sorry. One is, how I guess there is a monitoring process for UN Global Compact, because I think it's not once you are in, you are all the time in. So can you briefly tell us about the monitoring process of Global Compact? And secondly, I was all the time thinking about the story. I don't want to discuss which comes first, the egg or the chicken, but I was thinking that if efficiency comes first or the governance comes first, because sometimes, if you have an intention, then you start the process and then you are involved in the governance. So sometimes the governance may be later on. Of course, it's maybe a circulation afterwards, but I was all the time thinking which comes first. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the inspiring questions. I think for the first question, Ambassador Yu can respond, and for the second, Professor Lee can respond.
Okay, your question is monitoring process of UN Global Compact to the companies. And in short, I'd like to say that every company who joined the UN Global Compact should they release or publish the company's sustainable report every year to the United Nations. And in accordance with that report, we examine how well the company work for the sustainable and the inclusive management. And if the headquarters in New York might think that it is not satisfiable, then the company can be eliminated in the list of UN Global Compact. That is the monitoring process. Okay.
Yes, that's the typical question I received in conference, and that's a very good question. So in this research or in this presentation, I pretty much generalized public service. Think about the service from community center or issuing identity document. That's very general public service targeting general people. But in real theory or in the theory of policy process, it generally focuses on specific policy. So I mentioned that some seniors receiving directly pension, social security benefit, or veterans who receive veterans benefit. So if those targeted policy can influence directly, if that's the case, then the causal link could be policy first, then political efficacy. You're right. If many of you, or including myself, many people already have innate high level of political efficacy. I can change. I can have ability to influence the government. But if that's the case, maybe which one comes first, that could be questionable, particularly the type of public service I covered, very general. But if we narrow it down like real targeted public policy, the general consensus so far I found in literature is policy can influence as a way of feedback to the policy and politics, and the most typical measurement of political outcome tend to be political efficacy. So.
Thank you. Thank you for the enthusiastic discussions. Unfortunately, we have come to an end for this session. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things from this session. Thank you to all the distinguished speakers for their presentations, sincere presentations, and the dedicated participation of the audience in the Q&A session. This concludes session 1. Now I turn the floor.
Thank you very much. Please give the discussants, the moderator, and the participants another big round of applause. Thank you very much. We will now break for lunch, and before we do, I would like to make another very important announcement that we will start our next session at 13:30. This is 1:30 p.m., so I ask you to be precise on time and back here at 13:30. Lunch will be served, and please follow the instruction of our staff members who will guide you to the lunch venue. Again, we will be back at 13:30, and enjoy your lunch. 네, 1시 반에 뵙겠습니다.
We'll see you again at 1:30 after lunch. Please come back here at 1:30 sharp so we
Gentlemen, welcome back. Did you enjoy your lunch? Did you enjoy your lunch? Great, thank you. Well, this session, our second session, is held under the theme of Building Forward Better, Emerging Practices of Public HRD. For questions and comments, please leave them on the YouTube comment box or on our webpage. For any comments, everything is welcome, so please feel free to post your comments and questions, and we will do our best to cater them. The moderator for this session is Professor Taejong Kim at KDI School. Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Taejong Kim from KDI School. It's a great honor and pleasure to be moderating this session. As you can see from the program booklet, I am a humble economist. I am not a specialist in HRD at all, but like the two presenters in the panel today, Professor Shim and Professor Lee, I do engage with civil servants, public sector employees from Korea and from elsewhere. And I have always interest in following up innovations. And today, Professor Lee and Professor Shim are going to talk about rooms for innovations in HRD in terms of training and also performance evaluation. And I liked the combination of the two presentations because I thought Professor Lee's is more about technology, high tech, and Professor Shim's is about soft touch in configuring the parameters in evaluation for better performance at the organizational level. And after we listen to the two presentations, we are going to have Mr. Pavel Ivanov, the visiting president of the Bulgarian equivalent of NHI, for discussion. And if time permits, I do hope we will have time for interactions with the audience in the floor and those participants in the online space. So without further ado, let us begin. Would you go first, Professor Shim?
Okay, so Professor Kim just introduced himself as a humble economist, so I don't know what to say to introduce myself, because if it is a right expression, maybe humbler ALCLD expert, but I don't know. But the topic, as Professor Kim just pointed out, the topic that I'm going to introduce today is not about high-tech or high-end HRD policies or programs. Rather than that, I'm trying to explain or introduce my research result by showing how traditional performance appraisal system can improve employees' initiatives or innovative behavior. So by using traditional human resource management practices, I'm just trying to touch softly how we can improve our employees' productivity just a little bit more. So if you look at the title of the paper, is linking performance appraisal and employees' pro-social behavior. Especially, I'm focusing a little bit more linking performance appraisal and organizational citizenship behavior. And organizational citizenship behavior has been studied a lot for a long time, but nowadays it has been spotlighted one more time, especially in the context of the Korean public administration, because we are very much interested in proactive public administration. To implement the proactive public administration, employees' initiative or proactive behaviors would be very important. And so organizational citizenship behavior would be kind of a cornerstone concept that we can use to understand employees' initiatives or proactive behavior, especially in the context of a public sector organization. And OCB also has traditionally has been also recognized as an important tool to compensate for the limitation of the public service provision, especially in the bureaucratic organization. And at the same time, also many scholars also pointed out that employees' organizational citizenship behavior can contribute to sustaining high level of the public services and protecting democratic value. So based on this notion, actually the concept of organizational citizenship behavior have been also studied a lot also in private sector organization because they also wanted to make an innovative organizational system and by using more initiatives from employees. And the traditional organizational citizenship behavior studies have emphasized the two kind of theories. One is social exchange theory and the other one is self-determination theory. Basic tenets of those kind of theories assumed that government employees are basically good soldiers who can reciprocate the organizational support and have some pro-social orientation to help others. So basic idea here is that if government employees have developed a good attitude by having some positive experience from their own organizational life, then they are more likely to be engaged in proactive behavior. And based on that notion, previous studies have focused on employees' positive attitudes or their value system to understand their organizational citizenship behavior. But lack of some gaps that I found in those kind of a line of the study is that usually they are talking a lot about employees' attitude, but they do not talk that much about how actually HRM system can contribute to initiate organizational citizenship behavior. One of the biggest reasons that they did not talk that much is because usually organizational citizenship behavior has been recognized or understood as an extra role behavior. And human resource management system was supposed to focus on task-oriented behavior or task performance inside of an organization. So because of it, they did not study that much about it. However, given that the ultimate goal of a performance appraisal is to improve employees' productivity, the lack of those kind of study is quite surprising. So that was a kind of motivation that I investigated the relationship between human performance appraisal and organizational citizenship behavior. So as I told you before, there are some theoretical foundations that had been used a lot to explain public sector employees' organizational citizenship behavior. In this study, I used a little bit different theoretical background, which is impression management theory. By using this theory, I suggested that employees might recognize organizational citizenship behavior as some kind of a strategic tool to demonstrate that they are more competent and committed than others in an organization, because inside of an organization, conducting an organizational citizenship behavior will be cost-bearing behavior. So from a perspective of employees, they need to decide what kind of benefits actually they can have by engaging in organizational citizenship behavior. And I posited that effectiveness of a performance appraisal would be a very important scale that government employees are going to use. In other words, if government employees can perceive that their performance appraisal is very effective, then they are more likely to be engaged in organizational citizenship behavior. Then next question might be then whether do we have a really effective performance appraisal system in the government organization? And previous studies have pointed out that actually performance appraisal is very important, but at the same time, they also cast doubt on the effectiveness of the performance appraisal system, especially in the context of the public sector organization, because performance appraisal is psychologically very demanding. At the same time, public managers tend to hesitate to provide accurate information of the performance appraisal because it can be emotionally very uncomfortable to provide accurate performance evaluation to them. Also, from the perspective of employees, sometimes performance appraisal might be very uncomfortable because they might be feel to, they also might feel that they have to compete against each other inside of an organization, because the level of the acceptance of a performance appraisal has been reported quite low in the context of the public sector organization. So based on this notion, I developed my research question. My research question is actually whether public sector performance appraisal system can improve or shape government employees' organizational citizenship behavior. In this study, I posited that still government employees tend to interpret administrative policy through performance appraisal system. So performance appraisal system is still very important to impact employees to determine their engagement in organizational citizenship behavior. So based on this notion, I developed this research model. And as I told you before, based on impression management theory, I assumed that effectiveness of a performance appraisal would have an influence on organizational citizenship behavior. Especially, I used three variables. One is effectiveness of the performance feedback, and the second one is perceived accuracy of a performance appraisal, and third one is performance of fairness of performance appraisal. And based on basic theory, by using impression management theory, I developed the hypothesis. At the same time, I also included the traditional variables that has been recognized as a very important antecedents of an organizational citizenship behavior based on social exchange theory and also self-determination theory. So as we all know, feedback is a core phase of a performance appraisal, because two-way communication between supervisors and subordinate could establish a due process of the performance appraisal. Especially in this study, based on the implication of impression management theory, I suggested that employees' provision of effective feedback could reduce employees' perception of cost in engaging in OCB, because employees will be able to understand what they should do to improve their proactive behavior inside of an organization. So because of it, when they are having higher quality or high frequency of performance feedback, they are more likely to engage in organizational citizenship behavior. And second variable is perceived accuracy or perceived leniency of an performance appraisal. So for example, sometimes you might feel that actually you got performance appraisal a little bit more positively, or you might feel that your performance appraisal, you might have a little bit over-evaluation. I'm a little bit interested in then what you are having, when you are having those kind of feelings, then what kind of behavioral patterns that they are going to show is my second research question. And impression management theory suggested that if you feel that you are over-evaluated in your prior performance appraisal, you might feel better, but it might also signify that you might investigate the too much resources in engaging in organizational citizenship behavior. So because of it, they might decide to reduce their level of the initiative or organizational citizenship behavior in the context of the prior performance appraisal system. So based on that notion, I suggested that perceived leniency of a performance appraisal will reduce their initiatives in the inside of an organization. And third one is variable is perceived fairness. And previous studies based on social exchange theory has suggested that when employees are having or feeling perceived fairness, then maybe they might engage in more organizational citizenship behavior to reciprocate those kind of a fair treatment from an organization. But impression management theory also suggested another possibility. For example, as I told you before, given that engaging in organizational citizenship behavior is cost-bearing behavior, then in this situation, if organization really guarantee that their task performance or in-role performance can be recognized as it is, people might just want to focus on their in-role performance, not extra role performance sometimes. So based on that notion, so theories are conflicting a little bit in explaining the relationship between fairness and organizational citizenship behavior. So I decomposed the relationship a little bit. So for the direct relationship, I hypothesized that perceived fairness might have some negative association with organizational citizenship behavior, but still the positive relationship might be found because when you are feeling perceived fairness of a performance appraisal, then their general attitude toward the organization can be improved. And in this situation, indirectly, perceived fairness might have a positive association on organizational citizenship behavior. So based on that notion, I developed the third hypothesis and fourth hypothesis here. So it is an empirical study. So we collected the data by using some survey data. And data was collected not by me, actually, by Seoul National University. And data was collected in December 2009 and March 2020. And data was collected from local government employees. We have 245 local government agencies in Korea, and more than 3,000 respondents they got from the data set. And they found out that data set can be very representative in terms of their distribution of the democratic information. So most of the data set, variables were established based on prior studies, especially regarding organizational commitment or public service motivation. And one variable I developed is perceived leniency of a performance appraisal. So in the survey question, they asked in 2009 what kind of evaluation they actually expected based on their performance. So their self-evaluation was included. And they also asked actually what they had in 2019 as an actual performance evaluation. So by using those two information, I made a discrepancy. So when they are having positive point, which means that they actually have a better evaluation than they expected. If they have a minus point, it denotes that they had they expected more in this situation. So based on that, I made this variable, and I examined the relationship between perceived leniency of the performance appraisal and organizational citizenship behavior. And I used the three models. Basically, they are same models, but I just used a different model to examine some robustness of the result here. So first model is basic model, and second one is the full model with a control variable. And third model is the additional model by decomposing performance leniencies into the two areas of the leniency here. So before we are examining the relationship, the hypothetical relationship, first, I also included the traditional variables that has been studied a lot in previous studies, and consistent with those studies, I was also able to confirm that trust in supervisor or organizational commitment or public service motivation could enhance employees' organizational citizenship behavior. So when they are having a good attitude, then they are more, I was able to confirm that employees are more engaged in organizational citizenship behavior. After that, as we discussed before, we hypothesized that performance feedback would have a positive association with organizational citizenship behavior, and we were able to confirm that relationship here. And then we also hypothesized that perceived leniency of a performance appraisal would have a negative association with organizational citizenship behavior. And we also able to confirm that relationship. And even after we decompose the performance perceived leniency into the two components, still we were able to find negative relationships here. And then we also investigated perceived fairness of the performance appraisal. As we discussed before, we have a conflicting hypothesis about it, but when we have a full model, performance fairness of the perceived fairness of a performance appraisal was found to have a negative association with organizational citizenship behavior. And then I also decomposed the direct and indirect relationship to understand about the relationship between perceived fairness and organizational citizenship behavior. As we found in our previous model, still performance appraisal, perceived fairness of the performance appraisal would have a negative association with organizational citizenship behavior. But at the same time, I was also able to find some indirect relationship. When employees are perceiving higher level of the fairness in their own performance appraisal, then they were able to also develop trust in their own leadership, and then it will also influence on organizational citizenship behavior. And also when employees are having high level of the fairness, then they can also develop higher level of the organizational commitment, and it will also influence on organizational citizenship behavior in a positive way. So when we are comparing direct relationship and indirect relationship, total effect was found to be positive. So even though perceived fairness of the performance appraisal might have a direct negative association, but still total effect could be positive. So in sum, we were able to confirm that perceived fairness would have a positive relationship or positive impact on enhancing organizational citizenship behavior. So it is the last page. So then maybe next question that I also am very interested in, then how we can then develop or atmosphere or effectiveness of a performance, higher level of the performance appraisal, because as we discussed before, still effectiveness of a performance appraisal has been very much doubted by many scholars here. So especially this study suggested that when supervisors are providing lenient performance appraisals, employees are more likely to show low level of the organizational citizenship behavior. Then maybe question is how to develop employees, supervisors' ability in evaluating their employees in an accurate way will be a very important question that we might need to discuss maybe in the future. Maybe in our discussion session, we will be able to talk about it just a little bit more. So I just introduced my research results just a little bit, and based on that, maybe we will be able to continue our conversation after the discussion session. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shim, for a thought-provoking presentation, and you managed the time excellently too. Professor Lee, would you like to go next?
Thank you for having me. It's my honor to be here as a presenter. My presentation is titled "In the Era of Omnial Learning, Frameworks and Practices of the Expanded Human Resource Development." Professor Shin introduced the effect of evaluation system on the organizational citizen behavior. On the contrary, my presentation might be more about what to evaluate and how to evaluate the performances, what kind of performances should be evaluated, what is being evaluated, what should be evaluated in the future. So the title implies that the contents and the scopes of human resource development has been developed and enriched in recent years. especially in the era of COVID-19 pandemic situation. So generally speaking, human resources are now being expected to learn and have very holistic capabilities anywhere and anytime. So that's why we can call that omni-learning. We, public managers, we are expected to learn and have some holistic capabilities. We have to foster our own capabilities, even if we are working in our home, even if we are taking some running or walking outside of the office, we are expected to foster our own capabilities. That's why we can call that omni-learning. The framework consists of 4 parts. There are 4 main streams of HRD innovation. As you can see here, it is kind of the 2-dimensional framework. The vertical axis consists of individual level, collective level, and the horizontal axis consists of methods focused or context focused. At the center, as you can see, there is some common ground of these 4 main streams, which are the technological enablers. So today I will introduce these 4 main streams one by one regarding HRD innovation. The very first framework is called embracing holistic capabilities. What kind of capabilities are we expected to have? It can be analyzed using this 2x2 matrix. Actually, all the frameworks I will introduce today, they consist of some 2x2 matrix. The very first 2x2 matrix consists of the first dimension objective. There are 2 objectives. The 2 objectives are the very first one is the answer to the question, why is so? The why is so, the answer to the why is so is more about description, and it is more about science. The second one is the answer to the question, so what? So that is more about prescription and is engineering-oriented approach. On the other hand, the second dimension is temporal focus. Is it retrospective effort or prospective effort? So retrospective effort, we call that knowledge. The prospective effort, we call that wisdom. So by combining these 2 dimensions, we can draw 4 different notions, 4 different capabilities. So let me explain one by one. As you can see, a lower left cell represents the benchmarking. Benchmarking is an effort to revisit good practices or bad practices from the past so that we can draw so-called critical success factors or critical failure factors, CSF or CFFs. But as we all know that benchmarking is kind of very, very tricky. We can call that a benchmarking trap, because even if we take some lessons from the past experiences, the lesson cannot be generalized to other cases. We can call that benchmarking trap. So how can you overcome this benchmarking trap? So we need to go over there. So we can move up to the upper cell, which is called the modeling. Modeling is an effort to make our implicit knowledge more explicit. So in general, it is an effort to find a generalizable concept, generalizable values, generalizable categories, dimensions, patterns. At the end, we pursue causalities and theories. So we can call that modeling, far beyond the benchmarking. But this is not the end of the story, because we have to look at the future to be better prepared. So let's move on to the right-hand side column, which is forecasting. Forecasting is a prediction of the future based upon the models. I'm not saying about the wild conjecture. Forecasting is a very rigorous and very grounded attempt to read the future based upon the modeling and benchmarking. And forecasting is not the end of the story, because we have to answer the question, what shall we do? We can see the future like this, then what shall we do today? So that is about the backcasting. Backcasting, forecasting, the main difference between them is is it looking forward effort or is it very down-to-earth effort? So backcasting is a planning based upon the anticipated and desired future. So the benchmarking, this term make sound some weird, bit strange, but actually we are doing in our office every time, every day. We are anticipating the future, and accordingly we are making some plans to answer the question, what shall we do? So our next framework is titled Integrating Working and Learning. The most familiar term I want to introduce is OJT, on-the-job training. We all of us are very familiar with that. So OJT is one of the many categories of HRD. But what I want to highlight today is the three cells: on-the-job learning, on-the-life learning, on-the-life training. Because this framework consists of also the two dimensions. So is it about learning? Learning is about knowledge creation. Is it about training? Training is more about knowledge application. But on the other hand, where does it take place? Does it take on the job or off the job? So using these two dimensions, the new trend of HRD can be categorized by these highlighted cells. The very first one is on-the-job learning. So please imagine the difference between on-the-job training and on-the-job learning. We are familiar with on-the-job training because we are trained by our supervisors about some knowledges or some know-hows, what to do, how to do with our jobs. But on-the-job learning is far more than that. We have to make our own models. We have to make our implicit knowledge explicit. We call that learning. So we are approaching this new era of on-the-job learning, far beyond on-the-job training. And on the life learning, on the life training, it may sound some unfamiliar, but we are doing that in our daily lives nowadays because we are living and working in the era of social distancing and also remote working environment. So we are spending a lot of time in our homes to work on our own jobs. So that's why the line between work and life became blurry, very, very blurry in the era of pandemic. That's why we have been pursuing work-life balance so far, but now we are living in the work-learning balance era. That's why the on-the-life learning, on-the-life training is also very important trend these days. The third component, third trend of HRD is standardizing communication tools. There are two abbreviations. The first one is LMF, and the second abbreviation is EEOSP. LMF, let me tell you about LMF. Please try to count the number of analysis tools we have to use. For example, the SWOT analysis or 7S analysis. The number of such analysis tools is at least more than 400. How can we remember and memorize all of these complex, complicated analysis tools? But the good news is that any complicated analysis tool is just a combination of three tools. The three tools are logic tree, multidimensional matrix, and flowchart. So please believe me, any complicated analysis tool is just a combination of these three tools. So LMF. The second, EEOSP, is an abbreviation of some phrases. Please look at these two pictures. The two pictures, white and black, on the left-hand side, and the color picture. The left-hand side picture is a depiction of the war room during the Second World War. The right-hand side picture is a very modern warfare scene. As you can see here, the time gap between these two warfares is about more than 50 years, but almost nothing has changed. Almost nothing has changed. So that means there must be some DNA which does not change over time. So that means we can draw some DNA of a collective or decision making. So we can call that very first, everything on the same page. The second, everyone on the same page. Please look at the pictures. Every information the participants are supposed to know are put on the table. So they know they are sharing all the information for their decision making. So everything on the same page. And everyone is looking at the same information. So everyone on the same page. So in short, everything on the same page, everyone on the same page, in short, EEOSP. The fourth framework is diversifying communication space and time. And so as you can see, very, very simple. Space can be close or remote. Time can be synchronized or asynchronized. Combining these two dimensions, we can draw 4 different scenarios. But if it was close and synchronized, close and asynchronized, remote and synchronized, remote and asynchronized. We are very familiar with these 4 categories and the corresponding examples. For close and synchronized communication, it is just exactly what we are experiencing through conventional offline meeting. On the other hand, close and asynchronous approach, it is widely known in the offline bulletin board. But more recently, we are experiencing some more innovative communication tools like remote and synchronized, like real-time online communication platform. Whenever you are using social media or some chatting services, you are using this method. Finally, remote and asynchronous communication. Example is online and cloud computing platform. For example, the Google Doc or MS Teams. For example, in our school, KDI school, some classes are using MS Teams program. So all the members can participate in the online software and the hybrid venue. So they don't have to talk to each other simultaneously. That's exactly remote and asynchronized communication vehicle. Finally, then how can we do these jobs? How can we make these 4 streams possible? The answer is the technological breakthroughs. There are 2 exemplary technological breakthroughs. First one is AI, artificial intelligence. Second one is metaverse. What do you think about AI, artificial intelligence? I didn't include that in this slide, but there is some phenomenon, what I call AI phobia, artificial intelligence phobia among the public managers. The very first AI phobia is that, like, I am required to use AI in my office, but actually I don't know about that. So I pretend, I should pretend to know about that. So such ignorance of AI is the very first AI phobia. The second phobia is the anxiety of being replaced by AI. The anxiety the concern that someday in the future I will be replaced by AI, and then do I have to lose my job? But the good news is that I don't believe such working by AI, working replaced by AI, is very, very far away from here. At this moment, what we have to concern about is working with AI, not working by AI. So we are required to work with AI. Then so we should be capable of working with AI, how to be complemented by AI, how to be supported by AI. So it needs some training program. What about the metaverse? This is a very familiar framework, very widely known framework. It consists of also 2 dimensions. The focus is external or internal. Basis is augmented reality or simulated virtuality. The very first cell represents augmented reality, like heads-up display or smart glasses or Internet of Things or QR code. The mirror world is examples are GIS, Geographic Information System, digital twin, or computer simulation. The third, life logging. Life logging, personal recording platform. Personally speaking, I also are doing live logging because in my phone, I have the virtual database. When I take a walk outside, when I'm doing some jogging or something like that, when I hit upon some idea, I just promptly write down what my thought, and this data can be accessed in my office because it is virtual platform. So it is kind of live logging. While we are having our breakfast, if we hit upon an idea, we just promptly write down my idea. It can be accessed by others and in my office. The very last was a virtual world, cloud computing-based community, and you already know about that. So those are the four main streams of innovative HRD and the technological enabler. So naturally, your next question might be, what's next? This is the very recent innovation, then what will be the next? My answer is that I don't know. I don't know for sure what will be the next. But what is certain is that as long as we have to deal with ever-changing environment, we have to keep innovating. We have to enriching the systems and the frames of the HRD, and also including the performance management system. Okay, thank you. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. We are going to listen to Mr. Pavel Ivanov's reactions to the two presentations. But before that, let me very briefly share my take of the two talks. I have always admired Professor Lee's capacity for organizing complex ideas and objects. And I think he did a great service today, for the HRD practitioners and academics by cataloging opportunities for innovation in HRD through, for example, different phases in the policy process, covering a range of competencies, and also to guide us better grasp the opportunities opened up by the new technologies of AI and metaverse, and the changing environments under the pandemic. So I'd like to ask the audience to take this as a challenge, to think about possible innovation ideas in different realms that Professor Lee covered in his presentation. And I really liked Professor Shim's presentation. I was very happy that as his compatriot that somebody thought about collecting this data, and I was grateful to Professor Shim for doing this excellent analysis. But he talked about his findings mainly in academic terms, and as he said himself, I think we have some unpacking to do to better understand, what the concepts really mean in practice. OCB, quote unquote, effective feedback of appraisal results, leniency in appraisal, fairness appraisal, how those concepts really feel in practice in South Korean local governments. I hope that some of us in the audience and in the cyberspace can raise questions about them, and we will have some chance to listen to more clarifications. But now, before that, we are going to turn to Mr. Pavel Ivanov. Sorry to have made you wait.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, professors and dear colleagues. First time when I read your presentations, I was like, oh my God, what I'm going to say. So it was not easy. The second time, third time, then fourth time, then I saw you, and then I understand the ideas now much more better than before. So thank you for that, professors. Well, human behavior was always my #1 topic. So I study human behavior. Unfortunately, I'm also studying my behavior. Sometimes it's not good at all. So my behavior is awful towards some people. So sorry for that. Sometimes I feel that I am the crocodile in my organization, or I'm the crocodile in the swimming pool, you see? So it's not an easy job for me to be in that. Of course, I'm trying, to study also behavioral insights. We are teaching some, our students on behavioral insights. So I'm mostly involved in these kind of things. And I was thinking about performance appraisal and then human behavior, because this is very important. We do that in our country. Everybody's doing it, I believe, that they have some kind of a system of performance appraisal. And I remember when we introduced the system in, 20-something years ago, even more, I'm not sure. Yeah, 20-something years ago. And then we tried to, change it later on, like 2012. We were trying to improve the system of performance appraisal in the public administration. So I called my sister. My sister lives in Nottingham, Sony. Yeah? So she works as a software tester. There's a team, software testers, and then they test very important softwares. I mean, human lives depends on them. And there was I asked her, do you have a performance appraisal in your private company? It's a private company. Yes, we have that. And I'm sorry for, excuse my French, I asked her, what is it? How are you going to do it? Oh, it's a bullshit. I said, well, tell me, what kind of bullshit is that? Sorry. And she said, oh, first I have to do kind of a self-assessment. And then I write a report, it's a self-assessment. Then they get some feedback from, managers, and then my team, so feedback from clients and this kind of stuff, 360 degrees. And then they put it in a report. And then I go to the interview with my line manager. And then the line manager, and I said, what happened? And we were discussing my performance. I said, what? And he said, Mira, you overestimated your skills and performance. You did much more better than you thought. And she was surprised, how was that? This is the feedback. So I'm going to propose you to become a line manager. And my sister was like, thank you very much, but I don't like to do that. I prefer to be an expert and a software tester, sir. So it seems that they see that the system is not working quite well. Employees or IT industry, whatever. For them, this is a bureaucratic exercise. But you get line managers, they're happy because they take the right decisions. Who can take responsibility, who can do the job. So actually the commitment in the organization is quite important. And I believe that your research, Professor Shim, is very important, and we should continue to do that. Because we were professionals here in the room, so we were discussing different kind of models, how we can study the motivation and attitudes in civil service. We are doing that on a regular basis in the organization. So we study the different attitudes or behavior in the organization, but we never thought about, include this performance appraisal thing into the model that we have. So actually it's a really good idea. So thank you very much. And 100% I believe that public administration should be proactive. Usually, I hate these bureaucratic systems. Bureaucracy everywhere. So personally, I put a lot of effort, to, push some communities to be more active because they're passive. Why we should do that? Why we should innovate? Why you should, develop good practices? Why? We get the salary, we can do the job. I mean, we're paid for that. So why we should put additional efforts? So actually, we here, people, we have to be enablers for these innovations. We should push them. It's our job. So actually, we should push the administration to be like public administration and our institutes, because this is schools and institutes of public administration in the audience here. Our job is to push them. We have to be enablers of these innovations. So that is very important. And in general, I believe that civil servants not only, we not only have to study their behavior inside the organization, but outside of the organization. So I believe that civil servants should be more active as civil society. I mean, they are not active enough when they are outside of the job. This is my, impression of what's going on in the world. I can imagine Professor Lee, that it's not far away from this, conference today, and maybe in 2 or 3 years, and maybe 5 years, we will use artificial intelligence in our trainings. I can imagine that I'm a civil servant, then I'll go to my system, or whatever system it is, and then I can set, I want to be trained on how to do performance appraisal to the computer, and then there will be a training proposed, and then they can start listening right away. So we are not far away from this future. So I believe that this is, this is the future. So people who would love to have that instruments. We are scary because we are like, we're still thinking about, the classroom training. But this is not the, if we want to be like really good or better public officials, we should listen to the young generation. So the young generation, we should look at what they are doing. How they play games. Can we introduce that? Not the same as gamification into the learning process, but this is much more important, because if you're thinking about the past and not the future, we're going to lose that population, and they will never be, take the opportunities to be trained in a good way, because we believe that we have nowadays, I believe that we have much more opportunities to learn than the previous generation. We can learn every day without any problem because of the internet, because of this kind of exchange and then this kind of crazy development of the world. So actually, I believe that the future is much more bright and it's much more near than we are thinking about, than we, thought about it. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ivanov. Listening to you, I realized you were practicing on-the-life learning in your interview with your sister. Okay, I have some questions of my own, to add to my previous comments. But before we ask the presenters to respond, to Mr. Ivanov's observations, I'd like to collect interventions from the floor and from the cyberspace. Do you have questions or comments prompted by the presentations? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentations. I have a question for Professor Shim. In one of the slides, you were talking about the dependent variables that you checked in your study, and one of them was public service motivation. So I'm interested to find out how you measured that public service motivation.
Just a second, please. Do you have any further intervention? Yeah, Mr. over there.
Thank you so much. My name is Zuberi. I am a student from Sankyongkwa University. Professor Lee was talking about categorizing human resource development, and especially in these current times of science and technology advancement. I was just thinking of myself that what is the position of nudges? Can we establish nudges approaches or theories in shaping human behaviors in organizations in this perspective when we are considering human resource development at large? Thank you.
Did you say knowledge or nudge?
Yeah, nudges.
Nudges. Okay.
Yes, nudge theories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have one question for each of the two presenters. And earlier, I asked Professor Shim to elaborate, if you will, about the concepts. And I think, the question from the gentleman over there is a part of what I had in mind to give us a more practical sense of what it feels like, to be a person who is exhibiting OCB, and how the HRD managers are providing their feedback, quote unquote, effectively, and so forth. So that's for you. And for Professor Lee, I wanted to add this question. From your previous talks that I had the pleasure to listen to, I know you are a great fan of collaborative governance, thinking of citizens and stakeholders as partners in policy making, right? And it occurred to me that the great enablers in technology may facilitate the interaction of the public sector with the clientele. Yeah? So I thought it would be very good if you can share some thoughts that you may have about that extension of your catalog.
Okay, so maybe first question, maybe you asked about the measures that I used to measure public service motivations. Originally, when we are studying public service motivation, we had an established measure to do that, but unfortunately, it is not same with that established measure developed by scholars, but because the survey was conducted by Seoul National University, and I did not join in developing the survey questions. But so 4 questions they used will be very similar to the original public service motivation question. So they asked what is the motivation, the reason that they choose in the public sector organization. And they 4 questions, I'll just read the 4 questions that they used to measure the public service motivation. And first one is they asked whether they work in public sector organization to contribute national development. And second one is they asked whether they work in public sector organization to realize public good. And they also asked why they choose whether they choose public service or public sector organization because of the patriotism. And also fourth one is they choose work in public sector organization because of altruism, to help others here. So components is very similar to the original concept of public service motivation, but it is true that it is not original items that we usually use for this in measuring public service motivation. But that is the measure that I adopted for the purpose of this study. And more complex question is, by the way, what does that mean? Then what is the kind of a practical implication about this study? I conducted this kind of a series of studies to investigate some performance management system and organization employees, public sector employees initiatives or helping behaviors. And basic theorem that I have found until now is that performance management system, we assume that it is a kind of a panacea to improve employees' initiative. But based on my series of the studies, I just found out that it is not true. I'm not saying that it has a negative impact on employees' innovative behavior, but just providing or establishing just a systematic performance management system does not guarantee employees innovative behavior or helping behavior. Rather than maybe some soft touch or actual implementation of a performance management system will be much more important. So in my previous study, I just found out that without helping of leaders, I mean supervisors, in their own department, in their own team, then in this situation, they even if they have a very well-established performance management system, usually I just found out that it actually hinders employees from engaging in organizational citizenship behavior or innovative behavior because they are afraid of being evaluated negatively by traditional performance management system. So this study is also in line with my previous studies, but this study also basically shows that if we want to use, we have to use performance appraisal system, but when we are using it, decoupling would be very problematic. Even if we establish the performance management system or performance appraisal system, if employees or supervisors are really hesitating to use it, in many reasons they have some psychological hesitance to adopt or use the strict performance evaluation because they have to also want to develop some long-term relationship with their own employees, and they might feel a little bit uncomfortable to do that. At the same time, they might have enough time to provide some feedback to their subordinates on a daily basis in many cases, realistically. So question is then, I don't think it is a problem of the system or it is not just a problem of employees. I'm not saying that public sector employee is just not a good person to implement a performance management system, but our system should be a little bit more delicate to implement a public performance management system a little bit more systematically here. So in this study, we just found out that, first of all, given that supervisors are hesitating to provide accurate performance evaluation, then what should we do will be maybe the next question. That is actually my also next research question, but maybe one approach that we can think of is that when we are providing some performance appraisal, we tend to focus on evaluation or between to make a line or to determine which one is good and which one is not that much good. But one of the biggest purpose of the performance appraisal is to actually develop employees' capacity. If we want to do that, then if we can just give some cue that actually performance management system will be used or designed to improve other employees or their subordinates' capacity in the system, maybe they might feel a little bit more comfortable to providing some performance accurate information here. So those kind of things will be the thing that we need to discuss a little bit more here right now. Thank you.
Quickly, Professor Lee, can you give your responses in maximum couple of minutes?
Oh, yeah, very brief, because fortunately, these two questions are very closely related to each other. So first one, any room for nudge or nudging in the HRD innovation? Absolutely, I think so, because nudge, we are witnessing, nudging is experienced in so-called design thinking, experience practiced in the so-called living lab or policy lab, where participants are getting together relying upon the behavioral sciences. So because behavioral science, the essence of behavioral science is sensitivity to human behavior, more rigorous analysis of human behavior. That's why the search examination can be modeled and forecasted and backcasted in the wake of the innovation of HRD, and is conclusively, it will eventually lead to better collaborative accountability, because when we enhance our sensitivity to human behavior more rigorously and scientifically. Because the term collaborative accountability is some little bit different from other term, collaborative governance, collaborative accountability. They're somewhat different from each other, but I don't want to spend more time on this topic, but yeah, that is my comment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I really liked Mr. Ivanov's refreshing reaction from the field, and I think Professor Shim's response confirms that even though we appraise and we do things with best intentions, unless you are really careful, you are just going to end up imposing a bureaucratic straitjacket on otherwise public-minded, productive workers in the public sector. So, we are energized by the hopeful messages that we heard from Professor Lee, and I hope that everyone feels the same, that that we have learned a lot, and we are bringing home a lot of things to think about. And please join me in thanking the panelists, including the discussant, Mr. Pavel Ivanov. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give the gentleman another big round of applause. Thank you. Well, that was indeed a discussion session, very interesting, informative, and enthusiastic. I hope that you had a lot of takeaways from this session. We will now take a short break, and it will be about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes actually. And then our next and the last session of the day will begin at 14:50, that is 2:50 Korean time. So we would like to ask your passionate and enthusiastic participation until the end of the day. See you back at 14:50. 네, 2시 50분에 세션 3 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
We'll begin at 2:50. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is session 3 of the 2022 Global Public HR Conference. Let us now proceed with our third and last but not the least session of the day. In this session, we would like to take the opportunity to share case presentations on digital HRM and HRD of different countries. We are delighted to be joined by the presenters from countries of Korea, Brazil, Portugal, Australia, and New Zealand. The first speaker of this session is Professor Seung-Ri Park of NHI, whose presentation is titled Move into the Hybrid from the Online, Case of Lectures on Public Service Value Internalization. Please join me in welcoming Professor Park with a big round of applause.
Hi, it's nice to see you here. I'm not glad to have a chance to have a presentation. Today, my title is Moving from the Online to Hybrid Classes. And I'm currently teaching the public service value and leadership at NHI. Today, I'd like to have shared the experience that I have while I have I've been involved in lecturing on the public service value internalization. Excuse me. It has been quite changed, and it was quite challenging for us to teach the students, to trainees, because the COVID-19 had changed many things, and we have to just like you, to be adapted to new environment. Okay, let's start with from the meaning of the why organization values are important in an organization. It is quite generally known that the values usually function as the principle of behavior and decision for people. So because of that, the values have an important role in an organization in a way providing the code of conduct and how to behave. So it also the people, employees who have identified themselves with the organizational values showed higher performance. So that's why we focusing on the teaching the organizational value for the newcomers and employees, current employees. Also, we have put an effort to develop the training program for the trainees, because it was found that in the on the research that people who are satisfied with a lecture on the core values have a higher satisfaction with a higher job satisfaction. That's why we designed and put an effort to develop a well training program. The public service value is defined as a desirable belief and attitude that should be pursued in the public sector to perform duties for public interest. It is, the definition is was made at the Ministry of Personnel Management. And the public service value consists of the three categories, and each category contains three sub-values, such as for the view of nations, patriotism, democracy, diversity, and accountability, fairness, and transparency, and the integrity, and morality, and public interest. And each definitions as it follows. I believe NHI has a quite well designed PSV program. It has three stages. The first is ignition and internalization, and the last one is transfer to behavior. So ignition is more focused on the learning, the implicit meaning of the each values, and the internalization is more about the it's more about the way of thinking how to let me see. I could say the internalization was designed to promote the way of thinking, the PSB, associated with the working environment. So at this time or in this condition, how to read, make a decision, and how to behave, such things. And the transfer is about the application at the real working site. So to facilitate the PSB internalization, we adopted the PSV big game method. It consists of the 4 modules, M1, M2, M3, M4. Before the COVID-19, we used this method, and it worked quite well. And the response from the trainee was very high. But unfortunately, we confronted the COVID-19, and we tried, at the beginning of the COVID-19, we tried to use this method in an online environment, but it doesn't work quite well because the first reason is that we were not ready to use the gamification method to the online environment, and the system didn't support to use the method quite well. So because of that, a little bit we changed and modified the method to the new environment in online program. Actually, this is the example that we used at the beginning, before the COVID-19. It was quite well designed, and it was more active based, and go outside and have discussion and find a concept of the PSB or something. And they, while they doing the activity, they discussed to find the meaning and the concept and understand what the PSBs were. And this is about M1 and 2 stage, and this is about these were related to M3, M4. It's more discussion-based and case studies, and they discussed and then found what will be important and what is more we need to put more priority on each values or decision or etc. And we in 2020 we just unexpectedly we confronted COVID-19, and we have to a little bit modify the method to the online environment. So because the model 2 was highly active based, so we dropped that model, and we applied M1, M3, M4 for the new environment. But as you can see, it was quite the responses to the gamification method was quite different. As you can see, especially the male, and in the 40 age of 40s were quite satisfied compared to other trainees in the age of 20s. As you can see,
age of 10 and the age of 12, at age of 40 were higher on the satisfaction on big games, but compared to the age of 40s and 10s, quite 20s and 50s and the females were quite low on the method of the gamification. I think that is a little bit it was because of the for female and the 40s, they were not quite familiar with the online environment. That's why they were not satisfied with the method. And what I found was that the male at the age of 40s, they were satisfied because the cases were highly close to their working environment, and cases were quite familiar with them. That's why they have a higher satisfaction. They highly satisfied. But the age of one thing that I found was the age of 20, they were not satisfied all the method of the gamification because it was kind of found that a little bit they were cynical to the method. That's why they have the low response. And also what I found while I doing the method to the trainees, that there were kind of age and method interaction, which is here the N means newcomers, and the A represent the people who were promoted from the low level. So they already, they were current employees, so they quite well known about the working environment and what they were doing. So for the 5th grade, the promoted trainees were quite they prepared the kind of the case study and the discussion, and then they were highly satisfied with the method of the case study. But the others, the 9th grade and 7th and 5th grades, who were newcomers, more they prepared the IT-based training program, which used more IT platform and application method. They prepared it that way. But they less prepared the case study because in online environment, it was quite difficult for them to have discussions via online, and the issue was not quite well familiar with them. So they prepared the more IT-based the method. This is the result that I have. So because of that, the second year of the COVID-19, which is 2001, we redesigned the method and the content for the training program. The first one is I use the more focus on the first I changed my role as a facilitator rather than the lecturer. So I reduce the method of the lecture, and I more focus on the facilitating approach. I use the facilitating approach so that I develop some kind of the questions and ask them, and then help them discuss the issues, and then after their presentations or their discussion, I give them some kind of the short brief or feedback. And also, in the meantime, I found that the new method to communicate with the trainee, which is chatting windows, because before the COVID-19, it was kind of one-way method. So I give them lecture, and they'll just listen, and then do nothing. There's no response. And then sometimes, if I approach them to get response or ask them something, somehow they hesitate to answer that because they kind of, how can I say, in terms of psychological terms, low psychological safety. They kind of some kind of aware of the wrong answer or the other people's opinions, etc. So they didn't respond to me quite well. But while I changed it, the method on the online environment, I used the chatting windows and encouraged them to answer, use the chatting windows. Surprisingly, they actively join the teaching. And then I ask them, and then they respond to me. So it's kind of it's a kind of two-way communications. We ask them and respond, and they kind of show their opinions, and I feedback them, the kind of things. So I tried to develop some kind of issue and topics. It was quite important to what kind of topics or issue developed, because sometimes they hesitate or they kind of highly criticized on the issue. So it was very sensitive and then very important to develop the issues. And also sometimes if they hesitate to show the answers, then I use the anonymous board so that they fully give their opinion on the board. And also I use some kind of the small group activity. So give them some information and the background guideline and background information, and have them discuss that issue, and they have a small group, and then come back, and then one of the representatives have the presentations on that issue, what they have discussed in the small group. So this is the example that I use to have the small discuss. So this is some of you may know the Slido window applications. I use that and give them some kind of titles and have they use the poll issue, and then if you see they have happen, and ask them why they respond in that way, and use the anonymous board, and they give their opinions. And then later on, I analyze the result and then share the result that I have on some things. And this is a kind of give them also the dilemma situations, and then have them to discuss, and what is more important? Why do you think it is important? So I kind of stimulate why this issue is important, and this issue is how this issue is related to the PSB or something. And this is a kind of the small group discussions, and then they have used the online windows, and sometimes they directly speak and discuss topics or issues. And then after that, after the discussion, so I give them feedbacks and what they think more in details or etc. Now we move back to the normal situation, but I think at this point, from 2022, I think we need to reconsider and we need to think of what will be normal. Before the COVID-19, it's quite common and natural that have a class on off-site. But now, do we need that way again, or we need to use both online and offline method together? One thing that I found was that trainees also prefer the online method compared to 2001. The first year of the COVID-19 in 2001, trainees preferred offline method, and they want more interactions, and they want to have the network among the trainees. But now they change it, the way of thinking and they are working. The working environment has changed. So many things has changed. So somehow they were more getting used to the new environment. So sometimes they don't want to come to the institute. They want to stay at home and use the online educations. So now we consider two methods. One is when does the offline method is more effective, and when does the online method is more effective. So one thing that I found was that if the method or content is designed for group discussions or behavior-based exercise and need more feedback, then offline method will be more effective. And because the online method is quite uncomfortable because to have more deep discussions or shared information among the trainees. So I think offline method is more effective. But if I have more massive classroom, like have I have a lecture with more than 200 or 250 trainees, maybe online method is more effective, because if you have a class with massive trainees, it's very difficult to have communication with them, and they are reluctant to show their opinions in front of others. But if we have in the case we use the online method, they are more feel free to share their opinions and more actively participate in the class. So we can share their opinion and perspective of trainees, and also the satisfaction on the class or lecture is higher on the method or online method than compared to the offline method. So I think now I investigate currently the limitation of the presentation that I have is I didn't have the background data or quantitative result, and I had only case and can I say, qualitative result. So next, the movement is I need to gather more information on that and then design more to suit for the trainees and the new method. This is what I have now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Park. He shared the details of NHI's PSV training program. The method was named Big Game and the lessons learned from this big game. Thank you once again. Next, we have Dr. Diogo Costa, the president of the National School of Public Administration in Brazil, who will deliver his presentation under the theme of capacity building through innovation. Please turn to his video.
Hello, everyone. I'm Diogo Costa from Brazil's ENAP, National School of Public Administration. I'd like to thank you all for having us to share our experiences with you. I'd like to thank Ms. Song and the National Human Resources Development Institute of the Ministry of Personnel Management at Korea. I wish I could be with you, but for now, I'll be with you through this video. I want to talk about our experiences here in Brazil using innovation to build capacity. So I want to share with you, let me just share my actual screen with you so I can, here we go. So I can talk a little bit about what we've learned in this past few years. So first, let's just say that ENAP is a part of the Ministry of Economy in Brazil. This is our board of directors, and we can say it's divided. We have two areas focused solely on capacity building and training and development. And then we also have areas for innovation, research, and management. So since 2019, ENAP has become the main school of government in the country after we merged the two federal schools, the two main federal schools in the country, ESAF and ENAP. And we've also passed legislation to consolidate the number of schools in the federal administration. It went from 31 to 14 with better criteria, something we worked with different agencies. And now ENAP has this position of establishing the competencies for the federal government as a whole, and also of evaluating the needs for training in government. So in 2019, I was at Seoul in Korea with OECD's network of schools of government, when we realized how far behind Brazil was when it came to competencies framework. So we came back, we did our homework, we also talked with different government agencies to come up with the key competencies and the leadership competencies. And these have been the guide, these have been the compass for our actions through these past years. So what we use these competencies through the National Personnel Development Plan. The Ministry of Economy's SGP, which is the Secretariat for People Management, and us, we've worked to create surveys that we send through the whole of government to understand what are the training needs of the different agencies. We compile that, we aggregate, we clusterize, and then we match with the competencies and the offers that ENAP already has. In this way, we can see this map of training needs, and then we can see what ENAP can already, what gaps that ENAP can fill, what are the gaps that ENAP has and that we have to fill with new courseworks, and what are the kinds of needs that it does make sense. It's not our competitive advantage to offer, but it should be offered by the private sector. So this is the graph that we look at. In the vertical, we see the number of government agencies that require a certain coursework. On the horizontal line, we see the number of public servants requiring that coursework. And then we look at the upper right quadrant where we can focus our energy and our efforts to develop new courseworks. More than just develop, we also have been improving evaluation. So we've improved a lot the way that we manage and govern our data in an app and how we evaluate our coursework. So we use NPS, we look at criteria for the user experience and the relevancy of a certain course. Relevancy is always our biggest challenge, dependent on the month, dependent on the area. But we can have that feedback. And more than this, we've also added statistics to improve our understanding of the impact that our courses have on public servants. So what we've done is that we've tried to look at public servants with very similar profile that have done courses at an app and that haven't, and then see after a number of years if this has had any impact in their compensation, in their position, and in the government agency where they work. And we see a positive correlation between within these three dimensions. Public servants that go through an app have on average an increase in salary compared to those who don't. They have a greater probability of advancing within the government hierarchy, and also greater probability of changing from one government agency to the other, which means that they usually pass through other recruitment processes. But more than this, which we've been trying to anticipate the future here in Brazil. So we've been looking at the impact that automation can have in public service. And the way that we did this is by looking at the impact that automation has had in the private sector in Brazil, and then breaking down those impacts by tasks that have been automated, and then matching those tasks with the functions that we have in the public service, and trying to see what impact we should expect for public servants. What we found out is that 1 in 4 public servants that should be retiring by 2030 could have their roles replaced by automation, but also 1 in 5 public servants that are not going to be retiring by 2030 also should have their roles replaced by automation. And that is where we're focused. So if you look at this graph, is also the bottom right is those public servants that need reskilling. They need to be reskilled because their roles might become anachronistic. So they should be prepared to better use their human capital in different tasks, in different roles in government. And also, if we look at the demographic changes that we expect to have in Brazil, without automation, we should expect to need more public servants, but by moderate or intensive use of automation, we can expect to actually save up to a bit over 200,000 positions in government. So automation has shown to us that it's an investment that can pay for itself. So how have we've been trying to prepare the public sector for the future? We've partnered with the Digital Government Secretariat to develop a number of courses. We have currently 77 courses with over 84,000 completions of those courses. And we also create tracks, which is our advanced certificates, of which we've had over 1,000 as well. We've also worked with the OECD's network of schools of government to carry on a survey with schools of government throughout the world, looking at their priorities in the next 5 years, looking in general what changes we should expect. And we see that innovation, leadership, the digitalization are part of the priorities, but automation, which is what we were just talking about, is seen as not a priority, the lowest priority. Also, AI is in the bottom half, and those are areas that we see at ANAP as areas that have the greatest probability of disrupting public sector as a whole. So we've been trying to prepare our public sector. We've had boot camps. This is very interesting. Brazil has a policy that every 5 years, public servants can take 3 months off to do training. This should be intensive training, but when we got to the school, we realized the training wasn't that intensive. So we've partnered with other organizations. We partnered with Le Wagon from France, with Iron Hack from the US, and we developed new boot camps. So they're very intensive. It's about 8 hours a day of training, but it's amazing to see the transformation in our human capital when public servants that are very familiar with the problem get to know a new toolkit to face those problems, and then they come up with brilliant ideas. I think this has been a very successful and very competitive program since it was launched in 2019. We've also created Master of Public Policy. We can be of special interest for international audience because it's fully in English. We've also tried to design this kind of coursework that is as close as possible to the state of art in different areas. And not only it's fully in English, but it also half of the faculty is international, half of the faculty is national in Brazil. And the student body is also divided among different nations. So we have 42 students that began our first class last year. Out of those 42 students, 12 come from 9 different countries. And we invite you all to follow us to know when the next application process is going to be launched. So you can also have public servants from your governments to participate, take part in this program. And by the way, it's a partnership with Columbia University. So some of the online courses are delivered by Columbia. You get a little certificate from Columbia for each of those courses, and of course a certificate for an app upon completion. We also have professional master's programs. Those are Portuguese, or fortunately, if you know Portuguese, be free to apply. We are also going to open new spots for international students. And we have the first professional doctorate program in public policies in Brazil, which tries to mix the practical experience with research, with the academic aspect as well. And we have been working to develop our services, and our business models are mainly responsible for our success in our numbers. So as you can see, we've reached the mark of 2.5 million students. This is a cumulative graph. Most of those students now come from our online platform, EVG, Escola Virtual de Governo, a virtual school of government. And it's a platform that manages to work really well with partners if they want to host a course in an app, if they want to design a course with an app, if they want to record a course in our studios. But in this way, we can have much greater impact than before when an app was the sole developer of its own courses. We've also have, as I said, an app does training and development, but it also does research, does innovation. And we have become the main hub for policy evaluation in Brazil. We've conducted over 105 evaluations since 2020. And it's the model also that makes this work, because we've been matching researchers and public managers together to come up with projects for policy evaluation. And we've been doing this also with a non-state organization, which is Fundação Getúlio Vargas, a university and think tank in Brazil. So we also have any kind of evaluation project goes through them to have their validation. But to gain more scale, we've developed an app called Bora, which loosely translates to Let's Go. And it matches also managers in municipalities, in state and local government with researchers throughout the country and outside of the country as well. So when you find a researcher who needs maybe a database, needs a project to work with, and managers who want to have their projects evaluated, then we can have a match between them. It was called by the main newspaper in Brazil as the Tinder for public policies, but it has been very successful since it's launched a couple months ago. We've also been working to have a better talent allocation in the public sector. So ENAP also has this competency of selecting public servants for leadership positions. And we came up with a platform to help us do that through a framework of soft skills, of competencies, as we talked before. And this way, ENAP is also adding value to different government agencies that want to go through this process. One of our platforms in our innovation area is the Desafios. It's gov.br/desafios, and it's a challenge platform. Many countries have one, Brazil didn't. So the School of Government, ENAP incubated the first challenge platform for the public sector in the country. And this has been a very rich experience, because it has become a tool to add cultural and practical change to normative change. So when you have a new norm, so Brazil has a new procurement legislation, for instance, then you use this platform to make sure that public managers are ready to use the new legislation, and also in this case to connect with the private sector ecosystem, the startup community, to make sure that they are also aware and safe to try new things in government, especially when it comes to procurement. So we've been using this also as a tool for innovating in public sector. We've had many partners, IDB, Microsoft, UNDP, and we've added over 37 million reais in prizes through over 31 challenges so far. We've also been working with Comunitas, which is a nonprofit organization in Brazil, to map all the different public impact partnerships that we have in the country. So Brazil has over 5,500 municipalities, and many of them do not share their knowledge or their experiences with others. So we're beginning to map those experiences to make sure that the successful ones can be replicated, the not so successful ones can learn the successful ones. So this has also been a new tool for training and knowledge sharing. We also created a partnership with Endeavor, a ranking for entrepreneurial cities in Brazil, where we look at many areas where the government can actually have an impact: innovation, access to capital, human capital, infrastructure, regulatory environment. And we've mapped the 100 largest Brazilian cities in this regard. It also has become a very useful tool for local managers. And we've also have become a hub connecting government data with researchers. So we have InfoGov, which is a platform for citizens to explore government data when it comes to procurement, public servants in general, transfers from federal governments to local governments. And we also began a fellowship program where fellows, researchers can use those data in a safe environment, even if they're working remotely. Before this, they would have to be in Brazilian specific room. So now they can have this access in a secure way, with all the privacy concerns taken care of, but also allowing them to use this for their research. And just to end my talk with you guys today, we also have every year our Innovation Week. Next year should be in the second semester. And this year it was accompanied by a document called Time to Create or Time to Build. It's an agenda for the futures of Brazil. And I also invite you to take a look to see a little bit of our vision, the vision that is emerging from Brazil when it comes to abundance agenda, to supply side progressivism, to make sure that we get rid of all the vitocracy that we have in countries like ours, in democracies like ours, and to make sure that we have greater state capacity, but also with great prosperity and greater abundance. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for allowing us to share experience. And please connect with us and let us know if you have any questions. We'll be pleased to take this conversation to keep on going through emails, through LinkedIn, or through other social networks. Thank you so much, and a good rest of the event to you all.
Thank you. That was Mr. Costa guiding us through the capacity building program of ENAB. Thank you once again. Next, we have another video presentation ready, and it will be given by Mr. Nuno Cabrita. He is a senior technician at INA Portugal, and his presentation is titled INA Digital Skills. Please turn your attention to his video.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Lisbon. I know I should be there in Korea, but sadly I can't be. But nevertheless, I'm quite honored and humbled with the invitation of the National Institute of Human Resources Development. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the director, to the Honorable Director, Ji Young Kim, for this invitation and for this opportunity, as well for Miss Yusum Song for taking such a good care for me while the preparation of this event. First of all, second, I would also like to say hello to the fellow panel members and wish you a very good night, very good final discussions. So let's swap clothes and swap scenery and see you in a second.
So let me start by saying that with 43 years of history, the National Institute of Administration of Portugal has a long record of work and recognition close not only to our own public administration stakeholders, but also from abroad. Over this course of time, we can highlight some milestones like during the 80s and the 90s, where we have secured massive training and education for our public administration officials and employees related with the huge challenge of entering and diving into European Union reality mechanics and buzzwords. Later in the dawn of the new millennium, we have made our entrance into the e-learning universe with the first tools and courses aiming to reach not only Portuguese students, but Portuguese-speaking students all over the world. Naturally, for these 4 decades, we have had different formats and legal attributions. The last occurred midnight 2021 in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, when INA was again shaped as a national institute in order to cope with the challenges associated in the coming European Union Recovery and Resilience Plan. No matter what the theme or challenges, we will keep working to deliver our vision, mobilize public administration for knowledge, mobilize knowledge for public administration. Naturally, to achieve our tasks within our national legal framework, we count with a strong and robust input from our government that, alongside the statutes and legal competencies, set a different range of public policies and strategies that frame our action for the 2022-2026 period. One of these documents set the pace for a chain of events that speeded up the National Digital Skills Agenda. We are referring to the Portugal INCO 2030 National Digital Competence Initiative. This was launched in 2017 and set the basis for an interministerial action that brought together the areas of economy, digital transition, science, technology, higher education, labor, solidarity, and social security. The goal: to upgrade the ICT basic skill of Portuguese citizens, preparing them for emerging and digital-based deployment opportunities. INA immediately assumed its role on this national challenge, developing a digital competence with a dynamic reference framework based in European Union standards, also by stepping up a basic digital competences auto-diagnostic tool that, thanks to the participation of close to 35,000 public workers, allowed us to fine-tune the definition of subsequent training plans. And INA joined the nationwide public administration training platform called NOW and released trainings in a synchronous format. Please note that it will be through this infrastructure that INA will offer most of the upcoming programs for digital capacitation. Following the strategy and adopting many of the results of the previous task, INA has submitted close to our government a recommendation envisaging that digital competencies were legally recognized as strategic training area. This was achieved in early 2019 via the Ordinance 3431 from the Finance Minister on March 19, 2019. The goal was to provide public administration workers and managers with adequate skills and competence to face a growingly digitalized and connected world. To do so, INA's training program would enable knowledge and tools that allow innovation, productivity, and collaboration. So, in an increasingly digital age, we need to boost the empowerment of workers in public functions in digital skills, contributing to the increase of their productivity and their teams in which they take a part. To achieve this, we have prepared more than 15 actions in our training offer, some backed in the Recovery and Resilience Program, RRP, that will secure a set of measures in line with the Digital Transition Action Plan adopted by the Council of Ministers, Resolution number 30/2020 of April 21. We will see this specifically in more detail in the following two slides. Being a catalog training, a consortium offer, or a RRP line initiative, all the outcomes are grouped in the following 5 main areas. Training program for zero exclusion for the promotion of the ability to use digital tools. Training program for the digital transformation of public administration that is focused on skills in emerging technologies. The third, the training program for the digital tools centered in the development of the ability to work with word processing tools, edit spreadsheets, manage databases, and other relevant digital tools. Training program for the development of the IT staff is our fourth offer, obviously aiming to provide and update specific ICT skills like cloud, artificial intelligence, or data science. And finally, specific training programs for public sector leaders, middle and top managers, designed to spark the understanding of digital trends, supporting the digital procurement, and managing change driven by digital technology within public sector organizations. As mentioned before, the RRP program has considered some INA training programs eligible for funding, notably the Zero Exclusion Initiative, aimed to workers in a situation of exclusion or at risk of being soon. The AP Digital 4.0 initiative that will offer programs aimed at addressing the needs of digital inclusion, training in productivity tools, and emerging technologies, involving, in the latter case, domains such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, advanced computing, data management, among others. Although subject to RRP funding as well, at least in the 2022-2026 period, we are also on the verge to make the public announcement of a new approach. This is based on our 2021 legal competences that allow us to work in consortium with universities and polytechnics. In this case, we have in view the development and promotion of digital skills specialized training programs in articulation with these higher education institutions. It's called the Public Administration Digital Impulse Consortium IP-AP, that with the support of 10 of these higher institutions will boost our offer and allow us to keep working in new methods. Finally, some numbers that allow us to understand the weight of the RRP in the current efforts of the digital skills training. In the first balloon, we have the numbers related with the services paid. You see, these are very small numbers, but in the second, we have the strategic training in digital competence supported by the RRP. As you see, these numbers are growing, and naturally by 2023 will be double or triple. It's quite visible the effort to include that as many options under the RPP umbrella. Finally, returning to the Trailblazing Now platform, remember an open access tool, we have registered more than 27,000 certificates since 2019. Finally, a quick roundup of the challenges our institute faces ahead. In terms of leadership, focusing on internal leadership, but also in the much needed support of government and public administration managers in general. Digital creativity and agility. We are aware that digital tools bring added competition in terms of contents and offers, and we need to keep on top as a public administration reliable source. Fast problem solving. Having the recent pandemic in light, we need to create solutions allowing quick and easy problem solving so the training don't suffer disruptions. Keeping competence evolution under the radar, keeping them in track is the only option. We must confirm the result of our projects and allowing us to fine-tune subsequent offers. Achieving RP targets and goals. This means not to waste the budget that the government has allocated to this venture, and will imply that the goals and targets are duly met. So this was a really quick and sort of roundup. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Mr. Cabrita. Thank you very much. Now, our last but definitely not least speaker of the day, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Christopher Walker, the Associate Dean at the Australia and New Zealand School of Government, onto the podium. The title of his presentation is Digitization of Public Services in Australia, Strategic Focus and Responses to Exclusion. Please give Dr. Walker a big hand.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And just as we started this morning with an acknowledgement of the tragedy in Itaewon, as the last speaker of the conference, I would like to extend my condolences and to the families and communities that have been impacted by that tragedy. And I note that this week of National Mourning, I think it's a very important event. So my thoughts are with you, and I know everyone across Australia as well is. To the organisers, I really want to thank you for organising a great conference and welcoming me, particularly NHI, Yusun and Ashley have made me feel very welcome. It might be the fact that I am the last speaker, but nevertheless, I'm super happy to be here, so it's great. And at the Australian New Zealand School of Government, I am very involved in postgraduate teaching. I do a lot of online teaching, and I do want to say, as Professor Park noted in his presentation, the current preference of students is definitely for that blended approach. I find that students really want both the online and face-to-face for different reasons. So yeah, I think your findings are spot on, very accurate. As well as teaching online, I do a lot of research into the impact of digitisation, and the talk I would like to present today is about the digitisation of public services. And what we're interested in is exclusion. So from, I suppose, the HR perspective, in terms of the theme of this conference, it's about the skills that public servants might need, not only to digitise services, but to be aware of the exclusiveness that might result from digitisation, and how do you train staff, in a sense, to be aware of both the benefits and the disadvantages of digitisation. So this is just a bit of an overview of my presentation. So I'll talk a bit. I would like to talk about the research questions. What we did in the project was we looked at the approach to digitisation across the states and territories in Australia, and then a review of the academic literature. And the value of doing that is, in a sense, that we can look at the strategies that governments are putting in place and what do they say is happening, and we look at the academic literature in terms of their observations. And then my colleague and I, Siobhan O'Sullivan, we were invited to the beautiful state of Tasmania that you can see there to look at digitisation and the impact on public services there, and I'll just speak briefly about that. But one of the things to note for Australia is, in a sense, the impact of size, because our challenges for digitisation and accessibility of services has got a lot to do with both the size of the continent, the distribution of the population. So you can see there the proportional nature. We're about 78 times the size of Korea, but we have half the population. So that does have implications for things like digitisation. So for here, wherever we go, the internet is freely available and accessible. In Australia, wherever you go, all people talk about is how the internet isn't available and very difficult to access. So that is a challenge. And certainly my colleague Siobhan and I, when we did some research back in 2018, what we found in many communities, the effect of digitisation was that we observed many people are becoming more digitally literate. In other words, their digital skills are increasing. But for those that aren't, the gap is narrowing, but the hole is getting deeper. So if you're not digitally able, the chances of being excluded are far greater, and you're excluded from more. And this is a real issue because we're seeing significant marginalisation of people if they're digitally excluded from services. So our research project, we're interested in looking first what governments are doing about digitisation. Then we're interested in trying to find out some of the barriers to progressing that. And then we were also interested in what agencies, state governments, national governments are doing to overcome these barriers in terms of inclusion strategies so we could get higher levels of participation. And digitisation is really important. Governments all across Australia report digitisation strategies and events and activities that they've achieved on a regular basis. And I don't want to go through the detail, but just to show you, there's a lot of promotion of what's being achieved by governments in terms of digitisation. When we looked at the detail, and you don't have to read this, but I have highlighted, we've gone through every state and territory and looked at their most recent strategies, and I've highlighted the ones that mention inclusion or approaches to address exclusion. So you can see that it's quite limited, and from our perspective, that's a bit of a challenge for both for communities and those that are excluded. When we looked at the strategies, they tend to emphasise different priorities. So some jurisdictions talk about connecting the population, so the strategy is about getting everyone connected, whereas some are a bit more, I suppose, very aggressive in terms of moving services online. The strategic approach is got to get everything online, so it's more about changing the nature of the business. There's lots of reporting about how things are being progressed, like I presented to you earlier. But every strategy does talk about these themes of cybersecurity, making sure citizens and government data is kept safe. And I know you probably don't follow the news in Australia, but the last couple of weeks there's been scandal after scandal of private firms in particular having very, very significant data breaches. So there's a very big concern within our own country about security. So it is quite a big concern of citizens. We also do a regular digital inclusion assessment. So there's a lot of research done on the extent to which people have access. And this map of the country, the darker colour shows you higher levels of access. And WA, the big state on your left, because the population is so concentrated in one particular city, it has high levels of access. But if you went around that state, you'd find actually access is quite limited. And the lighter the colour shows you the higher levels of exclusion. And the data, whilst inclusion is increasing, we can see that 28% of the population is actually considered highly excluded. So that has big implications as more of our social and economic life is so dependent on digital participation. So, and since COVID, we're talking about teaching online, we're talking about a whole range of other services online. The implications for this proportion of the population about being able to actively participate becomes even more significant. So when we looked at the strategies of governments, these were the key themes. So it was about having people at the centre. It was about inclusion is essential, security and trust, that the way policies and programs were developed were driven by data, so there's a sense of being agile, that there was an essential need for more training of public servants in the digital skills that are required to both develop and maintain programs, and that a lot of digitisation was about cutting red tape, making things simpler. So that's the thematic focus of agencies. In terms of the academic literature, they were saying that, there's already high levels of marginalisation, that, digitisation can reduce access to staff, and that particularly in a country like ours, infrastructure is a significant limitation on access as well as cost. The benefits, though, in terms of processing is that it's a lot more efficiency, and we all know that. and that there's a lot of sharing of information to kind of bring services together and connect, so that's a positive. But recently, in terms of COVID, there's only been the beginnings of research come forward about the implications of what COVID has meant for digitisation. But one of the more recent publications demonstrates that what has been highlighted through the COVID experience is that digital technologies are not optional, that in fact it's a requirement for full participation in social life. So this is quite an important area in terms of research and also work and the skills that agencies need. And if we look at New Zealand, they looked into digital inclusion and they found that at least one of the 4 elements that you need to be digitally included, it says it there, is access, skills and trust, and that the pandemic has really accelerated and exposed the exclusion within their country. And so it is a big area of concern. So the summary of that work, before I get onto the Tasmanian case study, which will be very quick, that certainly digitisation is a prioritisation of public services. That's a given. There's reform everywhere. It does present an opportunity to enhance services, 24-hour access, a lot more flexibility, a little bit more responsiveness in terms of timeliness, getting back to people. There is a need to address inclusion, but we have really found limited evidence about strategies to include or look out and find out why people are being excluded. When we went, we were invited, this is just a short case study of one jurisdiction in Australia, Tasmania. We're invited to look at their digitisation strategies and get a sense of how it was working. So what we did, we looked at the data, we went and did some interviews, and then we tried to match the responses with those key themes that I mentioned earlier from the strategies about those 5 themes about people at the centre and things like that. And I won't read out the quotes, but what we found is that a lot of the agencies we spoke to were saying we need to design services so that people are the focus. There was no problem about that. We got some comments about inclusion, that we need to redesign things to include others. And there were a lot of people interested in using the growth in information through digitisation to redesign services in a more effective way, that's for sure. In Tasmania, it's a special jurisdiction in the sense that it has the lowest level of literacy in the country. So digitisation and its impact is very significant for a lot of services there and to government departments. And everyone we spoke to felt that whilst we digitise, we can't close the shop front. In other words, we have to keep counter services available for some participants. So there was a lot of concern about not digitisation excluding others. In Australia, we have the National Broadband Strategy, so where the infrastructure has been rolled out and that is improving accessibility, then attention is turning to how do we get high levels of participation in services. But in this jurisdiction, Tasmania, because of the low levels of literacy, there has been a high amount of work done on inclusion. And here's just some examples here. And it's interesting about where inclusion strategies take place. They're very localised, so libraries, public libraries are seen as the place where people can go primarily. That's the major resource in Tasmania, where you can do a course on how to engage, or you can get service from someone who can help you do your digital licensing or things like that. They have some neighbourhood centres and they have a few programs. But it's very devolved to communities and the non-government sector to lift, to train others and lift inclusion. So, just to conclude, not only my paper, but it looks like the whole conference, the grey literature and our interviewees, the strategies and what the interviewees say, there seems to be some level of alignment. The prioritisation of digitisation goes without saying. But this digital exclusion, the digital divide, it's an ongoing issue, and there appears to be actually very limited action by governments in really directly addressing this. And exclusion is quite variable. It's shaped by the local circumstances. Like each jurisdictional locality has particular characteristics, social and economic, as well as the physical infrastructure. And the responses that government agencies might address for this need to be tailored to those local conditions. So you need a broad strategy, but you need localised initiatives. It was very clear that from our interviewees that services can't be fully replaced by online services. So that's one way of ensuring that those with low levels of literacy can still access some form of service. But COVID has been a massive accelerant. It certainly has sped up the process of digitisation. And for me and for public service managers, it's really raised the importance of being aware of what exclusion means and how you might respond to that. So that's the end of my paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Dr. Walker, and that was a very intriguing presentation, I believe, on the topic of addressing the issue of exclusion from digitization. Well, with this, we have now come to the end of our 2022 Global Public HR Conference, Building Forward Better Public HR in an Era of Turbulence. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the discussants, to the moderators, and all participants from home and abroad and on and offline for your undivided attention till the very end of this conference. Thank you very much. I hope you found our conference professionally rewarding and valuable. Wishing you health and safety, and I will look forward to seeing you once again next year. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.